It's the Hyundai Leadoff Man Show. Now, here's Len Casper.
Perfect weather day here in Pittsburgh. We are near the confluence of the three rivers. PNC Park, the site today for Cubs baseball, a special half-hour leadoff man here on WGN Sports. The Pirate Parrot up and at him early after he dropped off Bob Brenly at the ballpark, going out for a spin around the yard. And welcome to the Hyundai Leadoff Man. I'm Len Casper. Quick turnaround. The Cubs and the Pirates played 14 innings last night, with Pittsburgh coming out on top 5-4 as they evened up this series. Only their second win in the first 11 in this season's series. Let's check in on the highlights. Wild night of baseball last night. The Cubs scored first. Yet again, they have scored the first run in all 5 on this road trip. Giovanni Soto with a double, bringing home Derek Lee. Cubs up 1-0. But then Jason Bay with a home run off Jason Marquis in the bottom of the 4th inning. His 12th home run of the year. We'll see more from Bay a little bit later on. Jason Michaels then pulled one into left field to make it 3-1. That was in the 6th inning, and that would knock Marquis out of the game. But the Cubs would come back in the 8th inning against Tyler Yates. Aramis Ramirez pulling one down the line. That tied it up, scoring 2. A couple of batters later, Kosuke Fukudome with an RBI single, and the Cubs all of a sudden had the lead 4-3. Carlos Marmol came in a little rusty as he walked the first batter, but with a runner at second, he struck out LaRoche, he struck out Michaels, and then he got Jose Bautista on a nasty slider, and the Cubs looked to be in very good shape. Kerry Wood had saved 6 in a row going into last night, but he hit Doug Minkiewicz, the leadoff man, with a slider, and later in the ninth, Luis Rivas with a sacrifice fly to right. Minkiewicz, who was under the weather, able to gut it out, and he scored the tying run. A little baffling, Kerry now has hit 5 batters on the season. So we went into extra innings. And what looked like a routine play in the bottom of the 14th, Freddie Sanchez with a ground ball to Terrio. Henry Blanc, who had come in as part of a double switch, could not handle the throw at first base. And then Jason Bay with his 4th hit of the night, his first career game-ending RBI. And again, the Pirates now have won just 2 of the first 11 in this season series. It was the 3rd time these two teams have gone to extras here in Pittsburgh, and it's the first time the Pirates have won it. So everybody slept fast, got packed up. It's getaway day today, but 2 guys who are here early, Bob Brenly and Alan Trammell, the Cubs bench coach, and they're down on the field.
Thanks a lot, Len. It's our pleasure to be joined down on the field before the finale of this road trip by the Cubs bench coach, Alan Trammell. And Alan, you guys were really tested last night. A bench coach and a manager in an extra inning ball game. You really had to push some buttons last night.
Well, we obviously didn't push them all correctly, but again, you know, we've had our share here. And thinking back to a month ago when we played them, we had a couple extra inning ball games. We won them. Last night, unfortunately, we didn't. But again, you know, working next to Lou, this guy is always he's always on top of things. And we made a unique double switch with Derek Lee coming out. That's obviously not what you really want to do, but we were stuck. We knew we were going to have to, you know, let the pitchers go a little longer. But you know, it just didn't work out.
You know, Len and I talk all the time on the air that sometimes as a manager, you've got choices, but none of them are really good choices. And I think that was the case last night. You were telling me before we went on the air it was either Ramirez or Derek Lee that had to come out.
Right. I mean, when you've got your 3-4 hitters, and that's not the guys you're going to double switch with. Obviously, it's normally the lower end of the lineup, so to speak. And but we knew that, again, we didn't know how long we were going to go. Dempster actually went down. He's starting tomorrow, but he was down there already just in case it went even longer. So, again, it's just one of those things, you know, you keep your fingers crossed, you hope that you can score, but we weren't able to do it.
I'm going to put you in the time machine here a little bit. We have a lot of fun with this date in baseball history, and back in 1984, your Tiger team on this date won their 17th straight road game. Obviously, you had a great team, a lot of great players, but was there a quality about that team that made it special?
Well, yes, there's one thing that comes to mind, and that was Darrell Evans. He was the guy to me that just got us over the hump. We had a group of players that were young, and we had played a few years together, but we needed something. We needed some experience. We needed a little more leadership, and that was Darrell Evans. I believe he was 36 years old at the time as he signed as a free agent. He did not have his best year statistically, but that was our best year as a team. Obviously, we won the World Series that year, but Darrell was just, I think, the guy that got us over the hump, and he was your teammate, so you know that he threw parties. parties. You know, everybody enjoyed being around him. We called him Pops. And, again, he was the guy, to me, that got us over the hump.
Okay, back to the present now. You have to be very pleased with the progress of Ronnie Cedeno. I know you work a lot on him with his defense, and his offense has really come around to play. What's that mean to see a young man like that make those kind of strides?
Well, again, he deserves the credit, but, you know, again, he just, to me, he's going about his business as a professional. And it's just nice to see the work habits. I mean, he's bouncing around. He's getting his work in the infield. He's also going in the outfield just in case we need him out there. And as you can see, that it's amazing what you do and what happens when you get some hits. And he's obviously gotten off to a better start this year, getting some hits. And when you get hits, you get confidence. And that's what this game's all about. But he's, to his credit, is going about his business in a professional manner.
Now we're going to go back to the time machine again. You played a long time with Sweet Lou Whitaker. You guys played together for 16, 18 years, something like that. What does that continuity mean to middle infielders?
Well, that's the key. There's no doubt about it. We can cut to the chase. All that practice time, that's what pays off. And when you're, I can tell you this, Bob, that when I would catch a ground ball, and I'd actually start to throw it before I'd look. And if I played with somebody else, I'd catch it and I would already look just to make sure I knew who he was. But because of the time factor, the practice time that Lou and I had together, that it was just that little security blanket that I could actually throw that ball before I looked.
Well, it's a great story there, and I think we're starting to see some of those signs with the Cubs middle infielders turning a lot of double plays lately.
Oh, I agree with you. I think, again, it's just the timing, and they're out there working hard, and they have fun with it. But, again, it's preparation, and I'm big on that. I don't care if it's one day it's 5 minutes, it's 10 minutes, if it's 15 minutes, but you get your work in, but it's all quality work, and to me the preparation is key. And these guys are good, and they're enjoying themselves.
Well, we're enjoying watching them, Tram. Continued success to you and Lou and the rest of the team. Let's win one today and go back home.
Sounds good. Thanks, Bob.
All right. Len, back upstairs to you. Thanks.
All right, Bob, thank you. Good stuff with Alan Trammell. Reed Johnson with a big home run to deep left center on Friday, and he's now in a power spot. He's batting fifth in the lineup today. We'll get to know the Cubs center fielder when we come back on the Hyundai leadoff man. But let's first recognize our Chicagoland Hyundai dealer of the game, McGrath City Hyundai in Chicago. Hyundai, the right choice. Log on to myhyundaichicago.com. We'll be back.
Notice how digital's made pretty much everything better, especially television. Digital TV's got better picture, better sound, more channels. In fact, digital's so much better that by law, all broadcast TV has to be digital by 2009. But there's a catch. Some TVs need an upgrade to get digital. You could even lose your signal. Get the facts. Visit dtvanswers.com to learn about television switch to digital. Or call this number to see how you can stay connected.
Alex Klein is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired that guy who does those funny sound effects.
My car was totaled over 1,000 miles from home. So I called Geico. And in less than 10 business hours, I got a check for a new car.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
This is Duralast. Brakes built to exceed the need. Torture tested to ensure maximum stopping power. Get the brakes built to exceed the need. Only at AutoZone.
Why do you insist on following so closely? Is this a parade?
Enough help for one day?
Tailgating this guy.
A clean, comfortable room for the lowest price of any national chain is always nearby.
I don't know, it's unnerving.
Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you.
Free your mind.
Ray Charles! Yeah, but I'm gonna make it do what it do, baby. Yeah.
Yesterday you were a loan shark.
Yeah, but I was never that into it.
Booyah! I'm impressed.
It's not about the money, you like the chase.
Don't interrupt me, honey.
Now making fun of me.
Your commander is on deck.
We're hitching a ride. Hang on.
Get off the nuclear warhead. Yes! Super.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, and by your local Hyundai dealer. Every day's a great day for Hyundai.
Hope you're having a great holiday weekend. What a great day for baseball here in Pittsburgh. The Cubs trying to wrap up this road trip at 3-3. Let's go back to spring training. The Cubs were looking to add a right-handed bat in center field to complement Felix P.A., who was the Cubs opening day center fielder. And a lot of the speculation was that the Cubs were going to need to make a trade. Well, then Reed Johnson was released by the Toronto Blue Jays. The Cubs swept in there and got him, and he has done a really nice job here in the first couple of months of the season. I had a chance to sit down with Reed Johnson and talk about being a Chicago Cub.
You know, ever since I've been, coming up through the minor leagues, I've always thought that there'd be, no better place to play than Chicago. You get an organization with so much history, an organization that, hadn't won a World Series in 100 years now, and, just to be part of that when it does turn around, I think would be something special.
Were you surprised at how things ended with the Blue Jays? It's just one of those things that happens in baseball, and you didn't have to sit around too long, but were you disappointed when it happened?
Well, it was a little surprising. When they signed Shannon Stewart early in spring training, I think both of us knew that something was going to happen. One of us was going to go. They weren't going to just carry a limited amount of pitchers. They're going to carry their max amount of pitchers and probably shed one of their position players from that left field spot, and, it happened to be me, and, it seems like everything's working out well for me.
You seem like a prototypical National League style player. Have you always felt that way, even though you've been in the American League?
Yeah, ever since I've been in the American League, a lot of people have said that, that's the style of my game, being able to, move runners and, do the little things. And, I think it's working out for me here also.
Now, I've read that your baseball hero, and we're talking on the field, the way he played, not all the off-field stuff, is Ty Cobb. When did you get into Ty Cobb?
Well, I'd seen some movies and actually picked up the book Cobb and got to read a little bit about him. And, it's just, the type of man he was, on the field, the way he ignored pain. And I think all of us as baseball players know that, in the dog days of summer when you're 160 games in and, you're scrapping, those last couple games and into the playoffs, I think that we all know that we're going through a lot of soreness and everybody's just kind of gritting their teeth and, trying to just get through the season.
Is it a very fine line for you, the difference between playing all out and playing recklessly? The last thing you want to do is end up on the disabled list, but you're not afraid to basically throw your body in harm's way to make a catch, for instance.
Right. I like to play hard, but at the same time, you got to play smart at the same time too. When you don't have a chance to make a play, there's no reason to dive and just to show everybody how that you're a guy that plays hard. I think that in those situations, you got to look out for your team and what's best for your team. If you go on the DL, it might be tough for the team to deal with, and I think being able to keep yourself healthy is a big part of this game. All
right, the catch in Washington, D.C. Right off the bat, did you think I have a shot, or do you think, oh man, there's no way I'm going to catch this ball? Because high top of the ballpark, we didn't think you had a prayer at it.
Yeah, there was a couple different switches in going through my head. While I was right when the ball was hit, I thought I had a pretty good chance. I knew I had a really good jump on the ball, and then about halfway there, I knew that it was pretty far away, and I started gaining ground on it. And as I left my feet is when I really knew that I had a legit chance to catch it, and just turned my head as I caught the ball, and all I saw was green. I knew the wall was coming up pretty quick, so I was able to tuck and guard myself a little bit.
Have you ever made a better catch in your life than that one?
No, I think that's it. Just to add the wall factor and everything, I think that's why I feel that's probably one of my better ones.
Now, if the wall happened to be at Wrigley Field, do you still dive after it like you did, even though you had some padding there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't feel the warning track in Washington because I really took off. That was my very first step on the warning track, was with my takeoff foot, with my left foot. So, I'm really listening for the warning track and feeling for the warning track on those plays. And, I didn't feel the warning track until it was really too late.
Now, the goatee is a pretty popular thing in Chicago. What do fans say about it, and is it something you would change at all as the season goes on, or is that staying the whole way?
Yeah, it'll probably stay the whole way. In the past, I'd kind of switch things up, but seems like we're playing pretty well right now, so we'll stick with it.
And finally, playing for Lou Piniella, what has that experience been like for you?
It's unbelievable. I mean, he's so quick on his feet. You know, there's some situations, we were in Philadelphia, and we had a couple runners on, and, you know, just to see how fast his brain registers, you know, we had, I think, Henry Blanco on first, and he was just talking to Tram on the bench and said, hey, you know, we've got, you know, first and second, 3-2 count. We're not going to run here in this situation. We've got Blanco on first. They're just going to throw behind the runner, and just to see how quick that, you know, things registered through his mind to make an impact on a ball game. I think it's good to have a guy like that on your side.
And Reed Johnson has helped the Cubs go 11-6 against left-handed starters. Coming up, Cubs general manager Jim Hendry as the Hyundai leadoff man continues from Pittsburgh.
Tired of another sleepless night? For help falling asleep and staying asleep, there's 2-layer Ambien CR. The first layer helps you fall asleep fast, but unlike other sleep aids, there's a second layer that helps you stay asleep. Until you know how Ambien CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Sleepwalking and eating or driving while not fully awake with amnesia for the event have been reported. In rare cases, sleep aids may cause severe allergic reactions, such as swelling of your tongue or throat or shortness of breath. If you experience any of these behaviors or reactions, contact your doctor immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Ask your prescriber about Ambien CR for a good night's sleep from start to finish.
Auto insurance wasn't something I used to get animated about until I switched to Esurance.
Paul is an actual Esurance customer. Here we go, Paul.
With competitive rates and quote-by-print convenience, Esurance makes it easy to save time and money on car insurance.
And don't forget, if you ever run into any trouble, special agents are here to help you 24/7.
Who knew I could be so drawn to my auto insurance company?
Take a fresh look at your auto insurance. Get your quote from Esurance today.
Welcome aboard, folks. We'd like to thank you for not flying today and choosing to jet with JetBlue.
Great shot of downtown Pittsburgh across the Allegheny River, and we're now joined by Cubs Vice President and General Manager Jim Hendry. Jim, we just chatted with Reed Johnson. There was speculation you guys might have had to make a trade in spring training, and all of a sudden Reed Johnson, who had been a starting player, was released by the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he really fell in our lap, Len. We always liked Reed. In fact, we tried to trade for him a couple years ago when he was going real good before he hurt his back. And to get him that late in spring training was a godsend for us because we wanted to address that position and someone that was versatile enough right-handed to play all 3 spots.
Now we'll see Jim Edmonds back in the lineup probably tomorrow against the Dodgers. Are you happy overall with the center field play? And obviously Felix is now back at AAA.
Yeah, well, we did what we had to do. Felix is going to benefit from playing every day for now and working on some things that Lou and Gerald Perry gave him. Obviously, Jimmy hasn't had enough at-bats yet to find out whether he can still do it or not at a high level. Lou's committed to giving him a shot. I thought he had a good swing last night off the bench, and obviously Reed has played terrific. But we work from October back, Len, and that's what we have to do. And if Reed played every day, that probably wouldn't be beneficial for him or the Cubs. So we need to have somebody else out there. Hopefully Jimmy will get it going.
The good thing is these are little issues for a team that's leading the majors in runs. You always want to get better, but you have to be very pleased.
Right. Our offense really hasn't been the problem in too many ball games. So we just got to continue to not let games slip away like last night a little bit. We unfortunate there. Hopefully we'll win a ball game today and get back on track and win the series.
All right, quick updates on Marshall, Hill, and Hart at AAA. I know Kevin started last night.
Yeah, Kevin threw okay last night. Not great, but we're stretching him out in case we have to use him as a starter or back in long relief later on. Rich Hill, I think right now is scheduled to go Friday night in Des Moines, so I'm looking forward to that. And Sean Marshall obviously had a little strain of his hamstring. He's going to miss at least one start, possibly two, but he'll be throwing aggressively to get ready for that start probably within 4 or 5 days.
The big topic around baseball, and these things gain momentum, is instant replay with some home run calls that have been disputed here lately. What's your general stance on it at this point?
Yeah. Well, my stance always in the past has been not to have replay. I like the part of the game that the personal side of it, the human element of the umpires. I like the way the game has evolved over the years with umpires and managers going at it, arguing calls. I probably could be swayed a little bit lately on the home run situation just because of the new ballparks. It seems like the last 4 or 5 years, the configurations of the ballpark have now made it more and more difficult for umpires to make the correct call on some home runs because if they hit the signage behind the fence or railings that never used to be there. You used to just have to be careful of the fan reaching over and interference. Now there's so many other issues right behind the fences. So if it is put in just for the home runs and then for fair or foul ball home runs, I could probably be swayed to that, but I certainly would not be a proponent of the rest of it.
All right, real quickly here, do you like the unbalanced schedule? It's one of those deals where you play somebody 18 times, you play your division a lot more.
Yeah, I think I would prefer more of a modified schedule. I think it's better for the fans to have more than 6 games against the other divisions, for the fan benefit. I know one thing, if I was a fan of Chicago, I'd like to see Chipper Jones more than 3 games a year in Chicago. People like that, the great players, and maybe 17, 18 against your own division becomes a little too much. It kind of helps perpetuate some problems maybe, or you get into some more hard feelings and things like that. But in general, the schedule's not far off from being real good, and there's no way really to make it perfect.
All right, Jim, thanks for the time. We appreciate it very much. Be back home tomorrow against the Dodgers, and we'll have more on the leadoff man in a moment.
When your in-home disasters become America's biggest laughter, we've got it all caught on tape. Every Monday night, get 3 hilarious hours of AFV. Even when things go extremely wrong, laughter makes it oh so right. It's the cranks, pranks, and all-out stupid maneuvers that make Monday nights a splash. Join Tom Bergeron as he brings you the ultimate in reality television.
Common sense is the enemy of comedy. My new motto, stop thinking, start taping.
It's a knockdown, flipped around good time. So when life gets a little crazy, remember to take some time to laugh. America's funniest home videos. Every Monday night beginning at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's great to be home.
I'm 3 weeks into being a guy with diabetes. I feel much more focused about what's important. And what is important? My wife, my family, myself. The meter plays a critical role in my life because it gives me information.
One Touch, a simple way to check your blood sugar.
I have one child, a daughter, 4.5. I'm going to dance at her wedding, and I'm going to go to her 40th birthday party.
More power to you.
Squirrels.
Squirrels.
Repellents and fertilizers. That'll bring your garden back.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here. Visit TrueValue.com/TV for a free $5 coupon. Print your $5 coupon at TrueValue.com/TV.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
The Superstation is America's home for baseball. D. Lee and the Cubs challenge the Pirates one more time at PNC Park. Cubs, Pirates, today at 1 on Superstation WGN. It's great to be home.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, and by your local Hyundai dealer. Every day's a great day for Hyundai.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh. It's a beautiful day for Cubs baseball today. It's the rubber game of this 3-game series. Cubs trying to end this trip at 3-3. Memorial Day tomorrow and Father's Day just a couple of weeks away. And what a great gift idea. How about Baseball Voices, the Hall of Fame series, the compact disc series, produced, written, and conceived by Pat Hughes, the longtime radio voice of the Chicago Cubs. Pat, first of all, quick turnaround, but you're used to that. You've been doing this for a while.
My 13th year with the Cubs here, Len. You're right. It was a difficult loss last night, a late night, but that game is over. It's gone. The Pirates won. The Cubs still have a chance to win the series, salvage a 500 road trip, and if Ernie Banks was here, it's such a lovely day, he would say, let's play 2.
Let's talk about the Hall of Fame series. This has been a labor of love for you. Harry Carey, CD is out. Harry Callis, Bob Uecker, and I know that you have some more in the works as well.
Well, the Harry Carey CD, first of all, Len, if you are a Cubs fan and you were a Harry Carey fan and you like to hear classic baseball highlights and you like to laugh, I guarantee you'll like this CD that we've put together. And you know what? I was thinking of Harry Carey. He would have loved this year's ball club. Carlos Zambrano and Carlos Marmol and Kosuke Fukudome. He would like the way this team plays.
And you got a chance to work with Harry. You also had a chance to work with Bob Uecker for a long time, and had some very personal stories to tell.
I did. Bob Uecker's CD is called Mr. Baseball. He's had an amazing career not only as a baseball announcer but as a stand-up comedian, an actor in movies, a commercial spokesman. I guarantee you will laugh out loud on the Bob Uecker CD.
Now, has there ever been a better voice in baseball history than Harry Callis?
I think it's one of the most distinctive of all time. Harry Callis, the great voice of the Phillies. I'm sure that our listeners have heard him many, many times on NFL films. He's done other commercial work. He is not only a great announcer, but he is a wonderfully nice man, Harry Callis.
So, baseballvoices.com. You see the website address on your screen, and I've seen you do some research on the plane. Who's coming up?
I'm working on Red Barber right now, but there are others down the line. Jack Brickhouse is also in the works, Len, but as you know, most of his work was on television, and these are more radio-oriented, but I love Jack Brickhouse.
All right, Baseball Voices, the Hall of Fame series. Check it out. Pat, thanks so much for the time.
Len, thank you.
All right, the starting pitchers for the Cubs. Ted Lilly, he is 4-0 with a .355 in the month of May. Different story for Paul Maholm. In May, he is 0-3 with a 7.33 earned run average. Battle of lefties coming up. We'll have the Cubs and the Pirates from Pittsburgh on a beautiful afternoon for Cubs baseball.
There's a new joke going around. Have you heard it? What is the 5 fingers say to the face? What?
Don't interrupt me, honey.
I appreciate what you're showing me right now.
On the marquee, big letters.
And you can put it on the board. Yeah. Bring it up. It gets out. A home run.
Well, I want to feel that hit with somebody.
The guy in the sectional is a little flat.
The Memorial Day sale. Great savings and financing this comfortable won't last long. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
A brilliant kid headed for trouble. What do you want to do? Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting.
Tonight at 8 on the Superstation. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Pittsburgh has improved every day of this series, and we are set for Chicago Cubs baseball from PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Here on WGN Sports, it's the rubber game today. A long night of baseball last night. The Cubs look to bounce back and finish this trip at 3-3. And as you check out the standings in the National League Central, pretty tightly packed at the top. The Cardinals have won 3 straight, so they're in a virtual tie with the Cubs. Houston only a game back. You see the Pirates right now tied for 4th with Milwaukee. Welcome to Cubs baseball today here on WGN. Bob Brenly and Len Casper. The game went 14 last night, and aside from the effect on the bullpen, Kerry Wood, for instance, not available today, is there any other carryover effect for the Cubs?
You know, Len, I really don't think so, especially with a veteran ball club like the Cubs. Ironically, a lot of times after a long night game followed by a day game, that's when you get your loosest, most confident performance. So hopefully that'll be the case today.
And hopefully Ted Lilly will give the Cubs a good performance. He's done that really throughout this month.
He's 4-0 in the month of what is this month? April, May. 4-0 in the month of May. He's pitched extremely well after a slow start to the season. Ted Lilly has been the guy that the Cubs have gone to when they needed a big win.
On the other hand, left-hander Paul Maholm has yet to win in May.
Yeah, Paul Maholm is a guy the Cubs are very familiar with. They've seen a lot of him, and after facing 2 lefties in a row that throw very similar to Paul Maholm, it should be a rough day for him.
All right, the Cubs back home tomorrow on Memorial Day to play the Dodgers. They finish up this trip today again, trying to go 3-3. We'll have Cubs baseball from Pittsburgh. Lineups and all the action coming up next.
You can settle down. You can fire it up. You can tune it in, but it's still not summer until you bring it out. Introducing Bud Light Lime. It's the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. It's in the lime. Bud Light Lime.
Welcome to Progressive.com. Did you find your policy okay?
I did. Saved over $350.
We have a savings of $350. A savings of $350. You know, that comes with concierge claim service, local response claim service, and 24/7 live support, all at no extra charge.
Wow.
Wow, I know. I say it louder. Have a great day.
Lots of extra features that don't cost you extra. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Welcome aboard, folks. We'd like to thank you for not flying today and choosing to jet with JetBlue.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime. AM PM. AM PM. Too much good stuff. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Comcast. Proven advanced technology. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. By Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines. You're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
And today's Cubs broadcast on WGN Sports is brought to you in beautiful high definition, sponsored by Comcast. On a beautiful day. And let's check in on Lou Pinella's lineup against left-hander Paul Maholm. Brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. Alfonso Soriano with a couple of home runs in his career against Maholm. Terrio Lee, Ramirez also with good numbers against this lefty. Reed Johnson up in a power spot. Fukudome, DeRosa, Blanco catching. Soto went the distance. Ted Lilly hits ninth.
Quick look at the Pirates defensively. Bay, McLeod, and Nady across the outfield. Batista and Rivas on the left side. Sanchez and LaRoche on the right side of the infield. Ronnie Paulino doing the catching today for the third left-hander the Cubs have seen in this series, Paul Maholm.
Here's the southpaw, and he goes inside on Soriano. The Cubs have won 11 of their first 17 against left-handed starters. They'll see all righties in the upcoming set versus the Dodgers. The 1-0 pitch. That one missed as well on a heater. 2-0. 71 degrees as we get started. I wouldn't change a thing. Wind not a factor. In the air, out into right center. McLeod and Nady getting together. It's the center fielder to make the catch. You see the Pirates wearing their third home uniform this weekend. They have the pinstripes today. Hard to keep track of all of them, but we'll keep track of the umpires. Mike Winters is the crew chief, and he works the plate. Schreiber, Diaz, and Bell are on the base paths.
Bright sunny day here in Pittsburgh, and the sun does figure to be a factor as this game moves forward. As the sun moves toward the west, should affect the left fielder, the center fielder as the game goes on, as well as the left side of the infield.
So Maholm has missed on the first pitch to each of the first two Cubs hitters. Terrio in 1 for 6 with a walk, a run, was caught stealing and made the key error in the bottom of the 14th last night that led to the ultimate winning run. Lazy pop up, and it's caught by Sanchez.
I mentioned that Maholm, the third left-hander the Cubs have seen in this series. They have 4 lefties in their rotation, and Maholm is the last one of the lefties before it rolls around to Ian Snell, the lone right-hander in the Pirates rotation. And I think that tends to work against Paul Maholm. After a ball club has seen Zach Duke and Phil Dumatre, perhaps Gorzolani, depending on how the rotation falls. If you're the last lefty in the line, teams are pretty familiar with left-handed pitching when you face the Pirates. So it's a tough duty for Maholm, although he is slightly different. He throws more cut fastballs than the other 3 lefties in the rotation.
It's the first time he has faced the Cubs this year, and because of the way the schedule has worked out the last 2 weekends, the one guy we have not seen in their rotation is the lone righty. Lee bounces to third. Batista's up with it, and Maholm again got behind every hitter, but he was able to retire all 3. Another left-hander to the mound, Ted Lilly, when we come back to Pittsburgh.
For years, low-dose aspirin has been a cornerstone of heart attack prevention. Now there is something even more advanced. Ask your doctor about new Bayer with Heart Advantage, the only low-dose aspirin product that not only lowers the risk of heart attack, but also has phytosterols proven to lower cholesterol. Aspirin is not appropriate for everyone, so be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin or modify an aspirin regimen. New Bayer with Heart Advantage. More protection for your heart.
Week after week, you've had chicken, and chicken. No wonder you've come down with flavor amnesia. Think back to the last time you had a juicy Johnsonville brat. Remember how they sizzled on the grill? And that flavor, oh, that juicy Johnsonville flavor. It's all coming back.
Honey.
Memories are great.
Honey.
But there's nothing like the real thing.
Nice. I know.
Flavor up with Johnsonville brats.
The 70s were a time without PCs or cell phones, but we did have lava lamps, Led Zeppelin, $1 a gallon gas, and great TV.
Up your nose with a rubber hose.
We're celebrating a wonderfully tacky period in TV history with the world premiere of Out of Sight, Retro Nights, Flashback to the 70s.
How many drugs do you think I did?
A lot.
Oh, right on the nose.
Put your mind on rewind with Superstation WGN.
Now the Pirates starting lineup. Freddie Sanchez starts it. He scored the game-winning run last night. Rivas, McLeod, Bay, who had 4 hits. Nady back in there. LaRoche at first. Bautista third. Ronnie Paulino 6 for 8 against Lilly, and Mahalam batting 9th. Ted Lilly's ready to go. And Freddie Sanchez skies to left. Soriano with the grab, 1 out.
Let's take a look at the rest of the Cubs defensively behind Ted Lilly. Brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. We've seen Soriano in left field, Johnson in center, Fukudome over in right, Ramirez, Terrio, DeRosa, Lee across the infield. Backup catcher Henry Blanco getting the nod today after the long extra inning ball game last night. He did get in as a double switch at first base, but in his more comfortable position behind the plate today, and he'll be doing the catching for Ted Lilly.
We thought we might see Jack Wilson off the DL today, but he still needs another day or two. The Pirates are off tomorrow, so he'll probably be back at Cincinnati Tuesday night. So it's Rivas again at short.
You won't see Jack Wilson today, and a pretty good chance you won't see Matt Capps or John Graybo today either. John Russell, the skipper for the Pirates, said that those 2 late inning relievers, including his closer Capps, probably unavailable today. They each threw 3 innings in the ball game last night,
and neither gave up a run. John Russell's in his first year as a Pirates skipper. That one's hit deeper to left, sending Soriano back, and did it get out? I think it did. It popped out. They're calling it a home run. That is a home run. Wally Bell got out. I don't know where it hit, if a fan actually touched it. And Luke Piniella, we'll see if he comes out. Here he comes. Another controversial play. We talked to Jim Hendry about instant replay on the leadoff man. And he said that at some point he might consider being in favor of it for home run balls, as Soriano's just staring at the wall out there.
Well, we're going to get several looks at it, I'm sure, which is something that the umpiring staff on the field do not have the luxury right now. Soriano goes back a half-hearted leap as he gets to the wall. And that ball disappeared from sight and then came back on the field. I have to believe it went over and hit something to cause it to ricochet back onto the field. We'll get one more look here.
Oh, it hit the top of the wall, and I don't think it went out. It went straight up in the air, and it never went out.
Right. Good call, Len.
So, another one. Can you believe this?
Oh, boy. Well, as if there needed to be any more impetus for the investigation into whether replay is a useful tool for Major League Baseball. We've seen a bunch of them on this road trip. This one, the most recent, hits right at the top of the fence, shoots straight up in the air. I thought it went over the fence at that point and came back, but you can clearly see that ball bounce straight up in the air, came back onto the warning track right behind Fonzie. That ball's in play right there. Boy, I hope that doesn't end up being the difference in the ball game.
Well, it was not the right call, but in Wally Bell's defense, it took us 2 looks to see what happened. And Soriano obviously was a little turned around. He didn't see what happened. But unless the umpire is 2 feet away, I don't know how Wally Bell actually could have figured out. I mean, that is very rare. They would hit the exact top of the wall, go straight up and not go out.
Very bizarre.
So Rivas with his first home run as a Pirate as McLeod grounds to second base.
And you know, Len, I was thinking about this the other night when we had our conversation about instant replay and is there a place for it in the game of baseball. As we get one more look, ball clearly hits the top of the fence, goes straight up in the air and comes back down on the warning track. That ball should be in play. One other option I don't think anybody's mentioned at this point would be to add a couple of umpires. Maybe put one in right center, one in left center with their backs against the wall where they're not involved in the play so that they could see a ball just like that a lot clearer than an infield umpire trying to run out there and get a look at it.
Not a bad idea.
I mean, we use the foul line umpires in postseason baseball, which for me is a little bit of a wasted position unless you move them further down the lines or move them into the gaps in right center and left center where they could see any potential home run ball.
Now Soriano, it looked like his head might have been turned toward the ball when it hit the top of the wall, but then he lost sight of it and it looked like he thought it was out. Then it bounced right back down in front of the wall on the warning track. First time the Cubs have not scored first on this trip. 3-2 on Jason Bay. The payoff pitch popped up on the right side. This will be Derek Lee. And that's the inning. Another controversial call. Rivas hit the top of the wall. They called it a home run.
Your life has more than one dimension. So should your beer. Michelob Ultra, with just 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories. It's not just a great tasting choice, it's a smart one. Live life to the ultra.
A short time ago, this woman was limited by her mobility. A month ago, this man wasn't even able to get around his house. These are people who chose mobility, and they chose the scooter store. If you're living with limited mobility, call the scooter store today. I guarantee no other company will work hard to make you mobile. If we pre-qualify you for a new scooter or power chair and Medicare denies your claim, the scooter store allows you to keep your scooter or power chair at no cost. That's the scooter store guarantee.
I expected they'd help me file some paperwork with Medicare and my insurance. I never expected them to be so nice or to work so hard to get me a power chair at no cost to me.
You don't qualify for Medicare? No problem. We'll work with your insurance company, even help with financing. If there's a way, we'll find it.
Call the scooter store for free information today.
Call 1-866-484-9426 for free information. That number again is 1-866-484-9426.
You're watching Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, brought to you in part by IDOT, who reminds you this Memorial Day weekend to click it or ticket. Buckle up, Illinois. Well, Luis Rivas got the call. A solo home run, and it's 1-0. Kind of lost in the shuffle there as Alfonso Soriano continues to be a little tentative as he goes back toward the wall. And this is a ballpark where you can steal away a would-be home run. Paulino makes the catch. So Ramirez fouls out. And that ball was high enough, Bob, where I don't think the calf really was an issue there. He's very, very tentative when he goes back on fly balls.
Yeah, this is a very well padded wall here at PNC Park. It's not like the bricks in the ivy at Wrigley Field, but still Soriano did not get back there. You could see as he was standing next to the fence, you don't even really need to jump to reach up over the top of the fence and steal away a home run. On that particular ball, he probably could have made it. If he gets back there to the wall quickly enough, it would have been a routine catch.
Thanks to Reed Johnson for joining us on the leadoff man. He's hitting 5th against the left-hander. Kosuke Fukudome is in the 6th spot, but I don't anticipate Kosuke will stay in that spot. Probably be back up to 5 tomorrow against right-hander Chad Billingsley of the Dodgers. The 2-0. Now 3 balls, no strikes. Weird numbers for Mahalam against the Cubs. He's 4-0 in his career, but has a 6.27 earned run average in 6 starts.
Last year alone, he was 2-0 with an ERA of 7.71 in 3 games started against the Cubs.
Born in Greenwood, Mississippi. Fouled at the plate, and it's full on Johnson. Mahalam, a first rounder, 8th overall pick in 2003 out of Mississippi State. It's Mahalam. M-A-H-O-L-M, not Mahome, Mahalam. It's like 3 syllables. 3-2, and Johnson's a first base runner for the Cubs. Well, when we're on the road, we don't have the best camera positions in all the spots, but the home broadcasts do. One of our cameras was blocked a little bit by a post, so here's a shot thanks to the TV folks with the Pirates. You get a pretty good look here. It looked again like it bounced right off the top of that padding, went straight up, and landed on the track. Now there's a little ledge there.
That looks
sort of pipe, or
some kind of a railing right behind the padding. It was hard to tell if it hit that or if it actually hit the pad itself.
But my understanding would be, even if it hits that railing, that it still has to kind of go over all of that stuff. Wow.
Just can't believe how many we've seen after the topic came up recently about instant replay in baseball, especially on fair foul home runs or fan interference home runs, or like the one we just saw.
And the other thing about replay that we go back to is, do you need 10 cameras? Do you need a camera behind the fence looking toward the field of play? I mean, the other thing that you have to consider, it's easy to just say have replay, but you actually have to implement it in a way where the replay is conclusive. And while you have cameras involved, you have human beings who interpret what they see on the video. So you could see the same exact thing, and you may say, Len, that's a home run, and I may say, no, it's not. How often in the National Football League is the video replay actually conclusive?
That's true. And sometimes even in the NFL, when it appears to be conclusive, when you see multiple replays and it clearly shows that the play went one way or the other, for whatever reason, the officials still take an awful long time to try to figure it out in the little peep show booth.
Check swing foul. All right, Kosuke stayed on his feet. Athletic maneuver.
Let's look at it again. Let's just look at it all afternoon.
We'll go frame by frame.
You see the ball in that gentleman's brown shirt. It hits the fence right there. Possibly the railing behind the padding, but either way, it doesn't leave the field of play. And then comes back right behind Fonzie. That's not a home run.
I'm with you on that. Well, we had one the other night where a fan did interfere out in right center. And we'll never know if that ball would have hit the top of the fence and bounded out, or would have hit the top of the fence and stayed in.
Now, the fan interference, in my eyes, can be remedied rather easily, but it would cost ball clubs a lot of money because they like to sell those seats.
Strike them out, throw them out. And that's it for the Cubs in the second. Kosuke fans, Johnson thrown out, 1-0 Pirates.
bet your parents do if there were 2 of you. They'd be twice as patient.
Oh, I am not disappointed.
They'd yell twice as loud.
Why do I get the feeling everything I say is going in one ear and out the other?
But why wonder? Watch Sister Sister. It's 2 times everything, and now it's on 5 days a week.
Weekdays at 5 on Superstation WGN.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance?
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
I've fallen and I can't get up. I need help.
My mother didn't want to go to a retirement home. My solution was to get her Life Alert. Life Alert is there to give her personal protection.
When you have a heart attack like I did, and there's no one there, Life Alert was there for me. I couldn't handle the alternative of going to a nursing home.
Life Alert also offers wireless smoke and carbon monoxide protection. And in case of intruders, we now also have video protection.
I heard a loud noise. I'm really scared.
This is Life Alert. You've been detected and recorded. Leave immediately. The police are on the way.
Oh, man, they're on the way. Let's get out of here.
Please call 1-800-886-0259 for a free Life Alert security brochure. Call now, 1-800-886-0259. That's 1-800-886-0259. Don't delay. Call us now at 1-800-886-0259.
Pirates 1, Cubs nothing. As we get into the bottom of the second, Xavier Nady went 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter last night, but did not get the start. And some groin and hamstring tightness, and was out of the lineup. He dealt with a chronically strained left hamstring last season, still was able to hit 20 home runs in 125 games, and they cannot afford to be without him. And he goes deep to left field, and there will be no controversy on this one. His 8th home run. So Lilly has given up a blast in each of the first 2 innings. I'll tell you, Bob, we get a lot of looks at the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is the 12th game already between these 2 teams. Nady has always hit well against the Cubs, but I like him as a hitter more and more every time I see him.
Well, especially when you put him in a predictable count where he can look for a fastball, get that swing started a little bit early, and that time just absolutely crushes this ball to left field. No doubt about that one. Looking right down the barrel of the bat, tracking it all the way to contact, and he knows where that one's headed.
Very good throwing arm out in right.
And he's really improved his defense as well. We've seen him make some shaky plays in the past, but it's something he's worked very hard on to try to improve the glove work out there in right field. And as you mentioned, with that throwing arm, tough to take an extra base on.
Based on the early numbers this year, if you had to pick an outfield around baseball offensively, you might pick the Pirates. Bay, McLouth, and Nady all have done a nice job at the plate. Lilly over to cover. So LaRoche is out, 1 away here in the second.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs host the Dodgers at Wrigley Field tomorrow. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 7,500 fans will receive a Cubs Golf Club cover, compliments of Fisher Nuts. I know you've got your favorite driver. That'd be a nice thing for you to have in your golf bag.
Yeah, well, I pull out the driver about once a year. The Ron Santo golf tournament. Maybe a couple of other events, but that's about it. And I'm not very kind to my driver, I have to say.
We'll see, this would be something you could do nice for your driver.
There's a base hit. So Bautista's on. So he ends in 0 for 11. He hit into 2 double plays last night.
mid-plate fastball from Ted Lilly, really having problems finding his location here in the early going, especially with that fastball. His velocity has improved since back in April. You may remember his first couple starts, his fastball was sitting at 86, 87. He's got it up into the low 90s now, but you still have to put it where you want it, in and out on the corners.
One other thing we should add about the home run by Rivas. If it's not a home run, it's probably a double. We don't know if he comes around to score, but it's not home run or out. I guess if a fan had touched it, they could have given him third base.
That's the thing about the game of baseball. You never know what would have transpired had one particular play gone differently or one particular call gone differently.
Dropped by Terrio. They get an out at second base and another one at first with the catcher Paulino running. They turn it 6-4-3. Nady led off the inning with a home run. It's now 2-0.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
Hey to you. HD TVs, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
We got just what you need to keep your yard beautiful and weed-free. Let's start with fertilizer.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here. Visit TrueValue.com/TV for a free $5 coupon. Print your $5 coupon at TrueValue.com/TV.
Hey, everybody, check this out. Who wants white meat?
Tradition meets innovation. Lockable in-bed trunk on the Ridgeline, built by Honda.
America's funniest home videos, weeknights at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN. Nash Bridges, weekdays at 10 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
2008 Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Live life to the ultra.
Cubs trail here in the rubber game 2-0. Pirates with a couple of solo home runs. Bottom three in the order for the visitors and a called strike. Mark DeRosa's had a good road trip. 7 out of 17.
And he's also had a good road trip with the glove in the arm as well. A couple of starts in right field. Turned some nice double plays the past couple of games here in Pittsburgh.
Harlem winds, bounced foul. Cubs will not see Andrew Jones or Rafael Furcal, not playing the Braves, playing the Dodgers. Jones going to the disabled list for the first time in his major league career. He'll have right knee surgery and he'll be out 4 to 6 weeks. Furcal has a back injury. They're really banged up. Pulled fair into the left field corner, sending DeRosa around first towards second base. It's a leadoff double, first hit of the day for the Cubs, and it'll bring up Henry Blanco getting the start back of the plate. Well, we think we've pieced together kind of what happened in extras regarding the double switch. I really enjoyed your interview with Alan Trammell, and the note about you're presented sometimes with 2 or 3 options, and you don't necessarily love all the options, but you have to pick one. And the reason Lou, when he came out of the dugout last night, took that very slow walk to the mound is Henry finds ground out in left center. That'll send DeRosa around third base. And it's now 2-1. An RBI single for Blanco. Second RBI of the year for Henry, and now Ted Lilly will try to move him up. Lou was thinking as he was walking to the mound, he had two options. Either leave Scott Air in the ball game, intentionally walk Jason Michaels, and then have him face the pitcher. That would have been John Graybo. Or take out Air and bring in Michael Wirtz. Well, that's the shortest lead I think we've ever seen over at first base, but he threw over there anyway. So those were the two options, and Lou wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do. He ultimately went with a double switch. Now, if he doesn't double switch, brings Wirtz into the game, Henry then pinch hits for Michael in the 13th inning. And Lou is forced to bring in his final reliever, Jose Escaño. And Lou said the most embarrassing thing that can happen in extra innings is that you run out of pitchers. And the last thing a manager wants is to have to use a non-pitcher to pitch in possibly a tie game or maybe in a save situation. So it's not ideal. He didn't want to take Derek out, and as you and Alan talked about, it was either Derek or Ramos, and Lou felt a little bit more comfortable with Henry at first base.
Well, and the double switch, there's really only two good reasons to ever make a double switch. Number one is if your bench is very short and you don't have the luxury of picking your pinch hitter for that pitcher spot. Certainly that was the case in extra innings last night. The bench was very short at that point. Blanco, the only position player available. And the other time you use a double switch is when you want to get multiple innings out of your relief pitcher and the pitcher spot is due to hit in the next inning. Obviously, in that case, you have to make that double switch in order to allow your pitcher to throw more than one inning.
So that was a strikeout, by the way. It was a foul on the bunt attempt.
And last night was the double whammy. Lou needed multiple innings out of his reliever, and he only had one bench player left. So really his hands were kind of tied in that situation.
And again, the way he could have avoided all of it was to leave Air in, intentionally walk Michaels, and then have Air face Graybo. But in the end, he decided, you know what, loading him up, and we talked about it too. And I even asked you about that idea. You have to then throw strikes.
There's no margin for error at that point.
Now, Michael did hit anyway, but that was in the 14th. High deep drive by Soriano, back to left. Bay at the track. Gone! Bay got back there to the wall, but he didn't have a chance to get it. Soriano goes deep. It's 3-2. Well, maybe he'll heat up again. First home run of the road trip after a huge homestand. And just like that, the Cubs are on top.
Yeah, the key for Fonzie is to drive in more than you let in. It's arguable whether he could have made the play on the Rivas home run, but he didn't. But he makes up for it here with a two-run bomb of his own in the same general area, just a few rows deeper.
Yeah, there's a term for that in baseball, and that is you out-hit your mistakes. So a two-run homer giving the Cubs a 3-2 lead.
Well, this is a perfect day for the hitters. I will say that. You talked about the wind earlier. Flags barely moving out there in center field, have had no effect on balls put into play so far in this game. It's a very warm afternoon. This is the kind of day the hitters really like.
Still only one out in the inning. Now nobody on. After the home run by Soriano, it's outside on Terrio, 3-1. He knows where our camera is in the dugout. Holland's 3-1. Ball 4. The other thing about the double switch, you don't set it up in the 12th to win it in the 15th. You set it up in the 12th if you're pitching on the road to win it in the next half inning. And if you recall what happened, Grable walked the first 2 hitters to bring up Henry Blanco, the guy he double switched in. Now Henry ended up bunting into a fielder's choice. Lou said the mistake made in that situation is when you see the wheel play as a hitter, the Cubs teach their hitters to slash it, to swing away. And he said if you hit a ground ball just about anywhere on the infield, you're going to make it to first base. It wasn't a bad bunt, but the Pirates were set up for it, and they got the out at third. So the point is, if the Cubs had executed in the 13th, we would not be talking about a defensive mishap that wasn't Henry's, it was Terrio's, but an issue in the 14th.
You're right. Yeah, that wheel play, and for those of you who aren't familiar with it, runners at first and second, an obvious sacrifice bunt situation. The third baseman, the first baseman, and the pitcher all charge straight in. The middle infielder's responsibility are the shortstop goes to third base to cover the bag. The idea is you want to get the lead runner at third. The second baseman is breaking to first base to cover. The whole infield is wide open. That's why the Cubs, like most other teams in the major leagues, you key off the shortstop. If you see him break toward third, you go ahead and swing the bat. Try to put the ball in play knowing that there's holes everywhere. Henry just didn't read it quickly enough. Put the bunt down right to the third baseman. It turned into an easy force out at third. Now the Cubs don't use the wheel play very often. I haven't seen them use it in the last 2 years.
Let's see if that drops fair. It is a fair ball for Derek Lee, and it bounced out of play. That'll keep Terrio at third base. Derek now will have to pull up at second. Still only 1 out.
Cubs keeping the pressure on Mahalam here, not allowing him to catch his breath out there after the 2-run homer by Soriano. A slashing line drive down into that right field corner. The ball clearly hits fair, just inside the line, ricochets over that officer's head. That's a book rule double.
Ball 1 on Aramis.
Triple. And what happened was they didn't want to bring in another photographer, so he bought me.
Blanco with an RBI single, Soriano a 2-run homer, and now 1-1 on Ramirez.
I talked about that day game after a long extra inning night game, and you were asking me what effect it might have on the ball club other than the bullpen. It's been my experience that guys usually come back and play a really good ball game the next day. You hate to lose in extra innings. You're going to stay out there and play for 4 hours. You'd like to win the ball game, but because it's a veteran ball club, they've all been through similar circumstances before, and Sunday day games after Saturday night games anyway are a very loosely organized get-together. They come in, they have a little breakfast, they watch a little TV, they read the Sunday paper, put on their uni stretch, throw, let's go get them. No batting practice. Neither team was on the field before the ball game today other than to stretch and play a little bit of catch.
Some guys go to Sunday morning chapel. A 1-2, and it's low, 2-2. And you got here bright and early to talk to the Cubs bench coach, who's always up and at him.
Oh yeah, he had been here for hours before I got here.
Tram has a lot of energy.
It's a good thing because he's got a lot on his plate.
Kick and the pitch. Backhand is stopped by Rivas. Throw to first. He gets the out. Ramirez picks up his 34th RBI. Terrio scores. It's 4-2. Derek Lee had to dive back to second base. He thought Rivas might try to get him there.
Derek trying to think aggressively. Was hoping that ball got through into left field, and he wanted to score on the play. Takes a couple of steps toward third. When he sees Rivas come up with the ball, he's not sure where the play is going to be. So he has no choice but to dive back into that bag at second base. Rivas throws all the way across to get the out, but Terrio scores on the play.
Inside corner for a strike. Last thing about extras last night, it's totally fair, and Lou knows this, to be criticized for moves you make strategically in those spots. We like to give options of what you could possibly do. That's totally fine, but what you need to understand is there's a very specific reason why everything is done. It's not like he's just going, we'll just take Derek out.
Well, there's always a reason. The one that had me scratching my head a little bit was earlier in the ball game in the 6th inning when Bob Howry came in. They made a double switch and brought Mike Fontenot into the ball game, who was in there for 1 out, and then he was pinch hit for by Ronnie Cedeno when his spot came up in the next inning. I thought that was a little bit puzzling, but they tried to get the matchup with Fontenot on a right-handed pitcher for the Pirates at the time.
Johnson strikes out. Big inning, however, for the Cubs. They get 4 runs. 2 of them came on the Soriano home run to left. That gave the Cubs the lead. It's 4-2.
Enough male bonding for one day?
Dude, nasty.
A clean, comfortable room for the lowest price of any national chain is coming right up.
Gross.
Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you.
It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to be yourself because you are you. It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to release your powerful power, 'cause it feels good.
I'm 3 weeks into being a guy with diabetes. I feel much more focused about what's important. And what is important? My wife, my family, myself. The meter plays a critical role in my life because it gives me information.
One Touch, a simple way to check your blood sugar.
I have one child, a daughter, 4.5. I'm going to dance at her wedding, and I'm going to go to her 40th birthday party.
More power to you.
Samsung Glide from Verizon Wireless. With a responsive touchscreen and slide-out keyboard. You won't be able to keep your hands off of it. The phones you want on the network you want to be on. America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
Whacked Out Sports, today at 5 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
A lot of boats in the water. Great day to be out. Long holiday weekend. And Ted Lilly now working with a lead for the first time. Trying to keep his record perfect here in May. Facing the pitcher, Paul Maholm, for the first time. Then back to the top of the order, Sanchez and Rivas. Awkward swing there by Maholm, to say the least.
Oh, goodness. I'm sorry, Paul Maholm, but I've been there, brother. That's a weird feeling right there. That slow breaking ball. You think it's going to be out of the zone at the last minute. You realize it's going to be close to the strike zone. Emergency swing. I mean, it's one thing when a pitcher does it, but it's another thing when a position player does that, and I have done that.
I don't want to get your dander up, but Billy Crystal actually took some pretty good cuts against Maholm in spring training, and I know you loved that moment.
Oh yeah, I thought Billy had a chance to make the team this year out of spring training.
He was just shy of his 60th birthday, and he led off a spring contest for the Yankees against Maholm.
That's why they have fantasy camps.
It went to a 3-1 count. Crystal did make contact on one pitch. He bounced it foul past first base, hitting right-handed. Then Mulholland threw 2 nasty cutters. So that's it. And Crystal struck out swinging.
I mean, there are probably about 150 minor league players that would have loved to have had that at bat in a spring training game.
DeRosa goes out, already calling off Johnson. Cubs fans, don't forget to check out our WGN baseball blog on WGNTV.com. Click on the sports link and look for Len and Bob's baseball blog. On the blog today, if you missed the leadoff man interview with Reed Johnson, you can check it out. Also, I had a post yesterday about the all-star picks possibly for the Cubs. Love to get your thoughts. Also, game notes from our friends at Stats. Once again, WGNTV.com. Also, pictures from Cooperstown. The Cubs will play the San Diego Padres here on WGN Sports in a Hall of Fame game on June 16th. It'll be 1 o'clock Central Time. Deep to left again for Rivas. And he hit it in a perfect spot. That one's gone. He has hit 2 out. It's 325 right down the line, and it's angled toward left center. And he hit it up about 1 or 2 rows beyond the wall. Doesn't matter how hard or how long you hit them, as long as they get out. Rivas has 2.
Another pitch up and out over the plate. Or even a hitter like Rivas, who, to say the least, is not considered a home run hitter, but you make mistakes up over the heart of the plate, and you're going to have to pay the price.
First time in his career he has hit 2 home runs.
And the most he's ever had in a season at the major league level was 10 back in 2004 with the Twins in 336 at bats.
Rivas is telling John Russell, hey, when Jack Wilson comes back, don't forget about me.
Well, that's the way to go about it. If you want to impress your skipper, as the incumbent shortstop is due to return and take his position back, well, you find a way to get on the field if you continue to hit the ball like that.
Count even 2-2 on McLouth. So Lilly has given up 3 home runs. Smacked in the right.
It's just a matter of location for Ted Lilly. A lot of pitches up over the heart of the plate. McLouth tomahawks this one into right field. Like a straight change-up grip. That ball's up around shoulder high. I mean, that's a pitch. When you miss the strike zone with the changeup, you rather miss in the dirt. You want that hitter to see the ball down low in the strike zone, think it's a fastball, and then have it fade away in the dirt. That way, if you miss, no damage done. When you leave changeups up over the plate like that, they tend to get hit real hard.
First time this year he has allowed more than 2 home runs in a game. He had only allowed more than 1 home run twice in his first 10 starts. This has the feel of a wild day, and both starters would like, or both managers would like to see their starters go fairly deep if possible after a 14-inning night last night. Ground ball. Terrio to second with DeRosa covering, and that's that for the Pirates in the 3rd. Rivas, however, with his 2nd home run. It's now 4-3 Cubs.
Your life has more than one dimension. should your beer? Michelob Ultra, with just 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories. It's not just a great tasting choice, it's a smart one. Live life to the ultra.
Welcome aboard, folks. We'd like to thank you for not flying today and choosing the jet with JetBlue.
He's a brilliant kid from the wrong side of the tracks.
You can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing.
An unlikely hero, and the man who showed him a better way to fight.
I'd do anything to have what you got.
Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting.
Tonight at 8 on the Superstation.
Fucadome, DeRosa, and Blanco against Mahalam. One pitch, one out. Kosuke 0 for 2. Time for today's AT&T text poll question, and it has nothing to do with movies. We promise. We want to ask Cub fans who they least like to see come up with a chance to beat the Cubs, the current Cubs killer, if you will. Text to 97999. A, if you think it's Jason Bay. B, for Carlos Lee of the Astros. C, for Albert Pujols of the Cardinals. D, for Adam Dunn of the Reds. E, for Ryan Braun of Milwaukee. Poll brought to you by the new AT&T. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details.
I don't know about you, Len, but there's only one guy on that list I'm worried about today.
The guy playing left for the Pirates.
I got a feeling the other guys aren't going to hurt us today.
Although the Cardinals hope to be helped again by Albert Pujols. Todd Wellemeyer for St. Louis, and Clayton Kershaw will make his major league debut. He's a 20-year-old lefty, top pitching prospect in the Dodger organization. They're trying to avoid the sweep. Cardinals are 30-21. The Cubs are 4 percentage points ahead of them in the Central, but they're both 9 games over 500. High in the air. Nady the catch. DeRosa's out. Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Cubs Club members will get benefits unavailable to other fans, including your very own 2008 membership card, MLB.com's game day audio for the 2008 regular season, and much more. To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. 2-0 on Henry. Lilly on deck. Mahalam coming back, fouled away. 2-1.
You know, we were talking earlier, Len, about the preparation, day game after a night game, especially after an extra inning night game. I said neither team took batting practice on the field, although I'm sure a lot of guys got their cuts in the cage down in the various clubhouses.
This is McLouth. Blanco retired. The Cubs go 1-2-3. You're watching Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, brought to you in part by IDOT, who reminds you this Memorial Day weekend to click it or ticket. Buckle up, Illinois.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
We wish you were an ideal day. We wish you were an ideal day. We wish you were an ideal day. And an awesome new fall.
It's Red Hot Deal Days at Verizon Wireless. Celebrate any way you know how. Get to Verizon Wireless and get up to 50% off phones made for messaging, like the BlackBerry Curve, the LG NV2, or the Samsung Glide. And now this Moto Q9M is just $79.99. And they all come with America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
I'm an art car artist in Houston. I make crazy things, mainly out of recycled materials. My favorite art car has 8 legs, and it lurches forward. I mean, this thing comes alive. It's just amazing. We've had the world's largest art car parade for over 20 years. Atmosphere at the parade is like nothing you've ever seen, and it's just one of many events that promote creativity here in this town. People need to see what's really going on down here. I'm Mark Scrap Daddy Bradford, and this is my Houston.
The 70s were a time without PCs or cell phones, but we did have lava lamps, Led Zeppelin, $1 a gallon gas, and great TV.
Up your nose with a rubber hose.
We're celebrating a wonderfully tacky period in TV history with the world premiere of Out of Sight, Retro Nights, Flashback to the 70s.
How many drugs do you think I did?
A lot.
Oh, right on the nose.
Put your mind on rewind with Superstation WGN.
Scrubs tonight at 11 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Swimming in unison, the Ducks. Ducks on the pond. Well, it's actually the river. Trying to make it as baseball friendly as we can with the jargon. Xavier Nady takes strike one. He went deep and out in the second. The Pirates with a home run in each of the first 3 innings.
Well, the duck reference I like when you talk about baseball is when you talk about somebody who looks so calm, cool, and collected out on the field or in the dugout. If you're talking about a manager, it's a lot like a duck. Comebacker to Ted Lilly, no problem. Everything looks like it's under control on the surface, but he's paddling like crazy underneath. That's the same thing for a manager down there in the dugout.
It's been a rough go for Ted here in this ballpark this year. He got a no decision in that 10-8 win in 12 on April 7th. 3 2/3. He gave up 5 earned runs. Was given an early big lead and could not get through 5. In fact, he couldn't even finish 4. That was the Pirates home opener.
Well, that was a different Ted Lilly than we've seen here in the month of May, although he's having some command problems here in the early going today.
That's a gapper for Adam LaRoche. Going to roll all the way to the wall. We'll see if he'll try for more than 2. Nope, it's going to be a double. His 10th 2-base hit.
Getting the pitches up to the high ball hitters and down to the low ball hitters. Adam LaRoche, a real good low ball hitter. That one down and in. Henry was set up on the outside corner. Ted misses all the way across the plate, right in Adam LaRoche's wheelhouse. I mean, there are some hitters you intentionally try to elevate the pitch, and other pitchers or hitters you want to stay down on. And right now, Ted is just having a problem putting the ball where he wants with any consistency.
He's won 4 consecutive starts, all here in May, after a rough April in which he went 1-4 with a 6.46. Called strike 1-1 on Bautista, who singled in the second but was erased on a double play. Last time out, Ted did not give up a hit over the first 3 innings. That was Monday in Houston. Said his location was inconsistent, however. 5 1/3, 2 runs.
And some days the opposing team will let you get away with some mistakes. You miss up high in the zone and a guy pops it up instead of squaring it up. You miss down low to a low ball hitter like Adam LaRoche. Instead of hitting it in the gap for a double, he hits a ground ball right at your second baseman. Unfortunately today, when he's missed his spot, the Pirates have hit it hard.
The pitch. Bautista just got a piece of it. Hey, Cubs fans, we want to remind you that you can get official Cubs text and video alerts on your mobile phone. Text GET CUBS to 65246. A 1-2, up and in. Sounded like Doug Mientkiewicz could barely move last night. Very under the weather. He was able to come in late. Called strike 3. Got hit by a pitch in the ninth. And then he stayed in. Ended up with 3 plate appearances. Always works out that way, doesn't it?
It seems to. And John Russell, much like Lou, had no real options at that point. He was completely exhausted as far as position player go. Big sweeping curveball from Ted Lilly gets the strike call.
So no Mientkiewicz against the left-hander. And Bautista starting at third base today. Lilly with 2 strikeouts. The Pirates have the tying run at second base. Popped up and no play. It's in the seats. Well, if you look at the first 5 games here between these 2 clubs, there's a better chance it'll go more than 9. 3 of the 5 have gone to extras. In the first 5 games, the Cubs here at PNC Park have played 59 innings of baseball.
It's a lot of bang for your buck if you buy a ticket to come out here and watch the Pirates and the Cubs play. There's a pretty good chance you're going to see 11 or 12 innings of baseball. And even though the Cubs have thoroughly dominated the Pirates so far this season, most of the games have been very tightly contested. One hit here or there could swing the ultimate result the wrong way.
Kosuke's over. A lot of souvenirs down the right field line off the bat of Ronnie Paulino. Hey, our good friend Bob Ford, the concierge at our team hotel here in Pittsburgh. Maybe the best in the business. Big Cubs fan. He's from Dubuque, Iowa. Wants to say hi to his mom, Pat Vaught, and his nephew, Gary Cook. Great job by Bob and his staff. Had some late nights here with all the extra inning games. And we look forward to seeing Bob back here in Pittsburgh in August.
One of the best in the business, as you said.
Talk about a personal touch. Everybody on our traveling party who walks in, he's on a first name basis.
Yep. Get the newspaper under your door every morning, and he always writes "Good morning, Coach" on the top of the newspaper, even though I don't coach anymore.
And another one.
Look at this. Same area.
Bob's great line is, "My problem is your problem, so you don't have any problems."
There you go. I like that.
Although the only thing I get a little nervous about, he calls me Mr. Casper. You're too nice.
I think Bob's so nice to me because he still thinks I'm Bill Cowher. That's why he calls me Coach, I guess.
Coach. Yeah. Still 1-2 on Ronnie Paulino. Continues to foul balls down the right field line. Lilly went away again. Ted's looking for his 80th career win. He is 79 and 70. 20 of those wins have come as a Cub. 15 last year, 5 so far this year. Way up in the air. And it's Ryan Theriot for the third out. First time Ted Lilly has put up a 0 today. His team leads 4-3 after 4.
life has more than one dimension. So should your beer. Michelob Ultra, with just 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories. It's not just a great tasting choice, it's a smart one. Live life to the ultra.
Hey, we landed.
In the middle of the road. Hop in, there's room.
There's one thing. We're nudish.
Wow.
Ugh.
Rear view camera. Ride ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
Superstation WGN delivers a movie event. It's the man, the legend, the Philadelphia lowlife.
You had the talent to become a good fighter, and instead of that, you became a leg breaker.
Who became the great American hero. Rocky. Watch every Rocky hit.
Going down. No way.
Every knockout. It's Rocky, the Rockumentary. All next week on Superstation WGN.
Homicide Life on the Street. Weekdays at 12 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
A brilliant kid headed for trouble.
What do you want to do?
Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting.
Tonight at 8 on the Superstation.
Hey, Cyberheads, have you checked out this week's edition of Len and Bob's podcast? You better do it soon. There'll be a new one up there on Tuesday. Just go to WGNTV.com. Click on the sports header and look for the link. Click, download, and enjoy. And while you're at it, go ahead and make WGNTV.com your homepage now. And you can also sign up and have the new podcast personally delivered to you.
That's a nice touch.
Will it be hand delivered by Cubs TV broadcaster Bob Brentley, or will it be virtually delivered online?
Let's go with the virtual. Yeah.
The 0-2 to Lilly. Oh man, both pitchers with an awkward looking swing, and strike three. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
These doctors are on the cutting edge of comedy. Scrubs, tonight at 11 Eastern on the Superstation.
Soriano with a go-ahead two-run homer his last time. He's going to bounce to the shortstop, Rivas. Two up, two down. Mahalam has sent 7 straight Cubs back to the dugout empty-handed. Les Zagurski sent us an email. We had a shot of what we thought were ducks earlier. They're Canadian geese.
We didn't check their passport. We had no way of knowing.
Les, my apologies. And to Canadian geese everywhere for the misidentification.
I mean, this is not the Nature Channel here. We do the best we can.
That's a great thing about email and the internet. We'll find out quickly when we make mistakes.
Now, if we misidentify Paul Mahalam as a right-handed pitcher, they'll bring it on.
Right. Cubs trying to get some Canadian geese on the pond. It just doesn't flow.
I will get emails because it's not a pond, it's a river.
Swing and a miss. And Mahalam goes 1, 2, 3. Couple of Ks here in the 5th for Mahalam. Still 4-3 Cubs.
This
is Duralast. Brakes built to exceed the need.
Built to last, Duralast.
Torture tested to ensure maximum stopping power. Get the brakes built to exceed the need.
Built to last, Duralast.
Only at AutoZone.
A short time ago, this woman was limited by her mobility. A month ago, this man wasn't even able to get around his house. These are people who chose mobility, and they chose the scooter store. If you're living with limited mobility, call the scooter store today. I guarantee no other company will work harder to make you mobile. If we pre-qualify you for a new scooter or power chair and Medicare denies your claim, the scooter store allows you to keep your scooter or power chair at no cost. That's the scooter store guarantee.
I expected they'd help me file some paperwork with Medicare and my insurance. I never expected them to be so nice or to work so hard to get me a power chair at no cost to me.
You don't qualify for Medicare? No problem. We'll work with your insurance company, even help with financing. If there's a way, we'll find it.
Call the scooter store for free information today.
Call 1-866-484-9426 for free information. That number again is 1-866-484-9426.
It there in time, yes. There's a drive. Here. Oh, baby. Here he comes. Save. And this ball game is over. Unbelievable.
America's Funniest Home Videos. Today at 6 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Now the Honda Accord Game Summary. Visit your Honda dealer and test drive the all-new 268 horsepower Accord V6. Paul Mahalam, the pitcher at the plate. Soriano with a big two-run homer. Henry Blanco getting a rare start, has pitched in. And Luis Rivas with his first career multi-homer performance. 4-3 Cubs here on the bottom of the fifth. Slow wind by Lilly, fouled away, still 0-2. Henry slides toward the outside corner, and it just missed.
So far, the two pitchers are perfect on the day offensively. They struck out every at bat.
Ted's done a nice job at the plate this year. He's worked very hard with Ivan De Jesus. There's a base hit for Mahalan. Just his third hit. If you joined us late, check in on that Honda Accord Game Summary and the scoring. Controversial home run. That's one of many this week around baseball. Looked like it hit the top of the fence, stayed in play, but Wally Bell, the third base umpire, said it was a home run for Rivas. That was in the bottom of the first inning. Hit that railing right at the top of the wall. But Rivas was given his first home run of the season, and he would later go deep into the seats and left.
Well, you could clearly see on that home run replay of Rivas's first home run, the controversial one, that Soriano took his eye off the ball well before the ball got there. He was looking back toward the fence, once again concerned about running into that left field wall.
Slow curve missed on Sanchez. Freddie's 0 for 2. Johnson, 1 out. Rivas up for the third time.
You know, we talked a lot in Houston about how shallow Jim Edmonds plays in center field. Reed Johnson also plays a very shallow center field. Takes charge on this play, comes streaking in. One quick look to Ryan Theriot. You can see him calling for it all the way, and Theriot gives way, easy out.
Rivas has homered twice. he's in a hitter's count now. 2 balls, no strikes. Two and one. Do you want an update on the ducks or the geese?
The waterfowl. We'll just call them waterfowl.
Now we hear that they're called Canada geese, not Canadian geese. This developing story we'll keep you up to date, and we appreciate all the feedback.
We're hoping to get the director from the Pittsburgh Zoo in here between innings, and we'll get this thing cleared up one way or the other.
There's a walk. Have you been over to the Lincoln Park Zoo lately to check out the polar bears?
Yeah, last homestand I made it over there a couple of times. They're looking good, fat and healthy, ready to go.
They are called polar bears, right?
Well,
not so sure all of a sudden?
I think they are, but I'm sure we'll be corrected if not.
2 on with 1 out. The ever dangerous Nate McLouth at the plate. He walked 3 times last night, twice intentionally.
And the reason he's ever dangerous, he hits .321 against right-handed pitching, .306 against lefties.
Didn't mean to, and he dribbled it foul. He picked up by Tony Beasley, the third base coach. So now will we see them in Toronto since they're Canada geese?
I think they have their workers visa. They'll probably stay here in Pittsburgh throughout the summer. Who's leading that group? They're going around in circles out there.
Well, they knew they were getting a lot of airtime. They don't want to stray too far away from our cameras. One-two pitch, sprayed foul.
They have a good this day in Cubs history. Got several of them today. This is Cubs history. Back in 1982, Ferguson Jenkins became the 7th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to record 3,000 strikeouts in a career. That came in a 2-1 loss to the San Diego Padres.
Another 1-2 blocked by Henry.
And we had another one earlier today when I talked to Alan Trammell before the ball game. The Detroit Tigers back in '84 won their 17th consecutive road game. And I asked him about it before we went on the air, and he said, yeah, but we left Anaheim, went to Seattle, and got swept a 3-game series.
After a 35-5 start, they got swept. To go 35-8.
Woo.
Another foul. Well, Ted has missed a lot of bats lately, but he's having trouble doing that today. 3 starts ago, he struck out 10 against Arizona. Then in his next start, fanned 11 Padres. Had 6 over 5 1/3 in Houston early in this trip. And a base hit to right. Mahalam held, and they're loaded. Cubs benefiting there by the pitcher being the lead runner. Kosuke with a good arm. Beasley not taking any chances, and here's Bay. And before he hits, Larry Rothschild will come out.
Pretty good approach by Nate McLouth. I mentioned hitting over 300 against left-handed pitching. Really slows down his approach there when he sees that big slow curveball and lines that into right field. Tony Beasley, the third base coach, held up the stop sign almost as soon as McLouth made contact. They had no intention of sending their pitcher around the corner toward home plate.
Here's another look at our AT&T text poll question. Your last chance to vote for who you think is the biggest Cubs killer.
That's the beginning of a pretty good lineup right there. I don't know who you would hit lead off, but pretty solid middle of a lineup.
Well, Ted Lilly, a fly ball pitcher. He would love a ground ball here. And one of his middle infielders. Jason Bay commented last night, the pitch that ended up being the final one of the ball game last night was down. But he knew in that spot he wanted to get it up in the air. And he did out into left center off Michael Wirtz. And that was the game winner. He'll probably try to do the same thing here. You find that usually the best RBI guys in these spots try to get the ball up.
Yeah, they know what the situation calls for. They know what the opposing pitcher is likely to throw them, and that's all part of the game plan that you develop before a ball game, and even while you're standing in the on-deck circle as a situation presents itself. You should walk into that batter's box with a real good idea of what it is you think you're going to get to hit.
He does get it up in the air. Reed Johnson flips down the glasses, really coming in, and they're not going to try to send Mulholland. He came halfway down the line.
Big out. Well, I've seen enough of Jason Bay in his career to know that when he gets in a hot streak, he is a very dangerous hitter. He's homered 5 times in his last 9 ball games. He just looks locked in up there at the plate. That is a huge out for Ted Lilly. Now he's got to get one more.
And this whole inning really comes down to the pitcher being the tying run. If you had a really fast guy at third, even on that ball, it might have challenged, even though you have Nady at the plate. Bases full of Pirates. The Cubs lead 4-3. We're in the bottom of the 5th.
That's the thing that makes Xavier Nady so dangerous. He just takes a big old hack. He's not necessarily trying to pull the ball. He's just trying to hit it hard. Wherever you happen to pitch it, he would prefer to pull the ball to left field as he did earlier in the game, but took a big hack at that Ted Lilly offering and hit it hard down the right field line.
Mulholland began the inning with a single. Later Rivas walked. McLouth also with a single. Johnson is there in center, and they leave him loaded. Lilly gets Bay and Nady with the bases loaded and preserves the 4-3 lead.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
Take me out to Esurance. Take me to Savings Online. Auto insurance that's hassle-free. When you buy it instantly, let me quote. Buy quick at Esurance. If you don't save, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, $300 you could save with the Esurance name.
Save time and money on your auto insurance at Esurance.
I'm an art car artist in Houston. I make crazy things, mainly out of recycled materials. My favorite art car has 8 legs, and it lurches forward. I mean, this thing comes alive. It's just amazing. We've had the world's largest art car parade for over 20 years. Atmosphere at the parade is like nothing you've ever seen, and it's just one of many events that promote creativity here in this town. People need to see what's really going on down here. I'm Mark Scrap Daddy Bradford, and this is my Houston.
WGN America presents the ultimate movie event. Against all odds, the ultimate underdog becomes the ultimate hero. It's Rocky, Art of Rocky, the rockumentary, Monday at 8.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
You're watching Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, brought to you in part by IDOT, who reminds you this Memorial Day weekend to click it or ticket. Buckle up, Illinois. Derek Lee has hit in all 6 on this trip, including a double in the 3rd inning today. Ten hits in the 6 games. Drives that ball out toward the alley. It's going to hold up there. Diving attempt and a catch made by Nate McLouth. What a catch. Just have to tip your cap.
You know, there's some people around baseball that think this is a little bit of a fluke for Nate McLouth. I don't believe that. I think you're seeing the blossoming of a future superstar in this game. As a good defender, he runs the base as well. He's having an outstanding offensive season. Just a great running catch on that sinking line drive. Well, he was under a lot of pressure this spring. There was a log jam out there in center field for the Pirates. Niger Morgan, Andrew McCutcheon, Chris Duffy. It was quite a log jam at center field, and McLouth is a guy that has really separated himself from the rest of the pack.
Now, they've been looking for an everyday center fielder. I mean, a guy who could play out there for the next 8 to 10 years for a while. Might have to go back. I think we looked at their media guide the last time we were in, really back to the Andy Van Slyke days. How about that? Ramirez hits it off the end of the bat. Little floater out to right. That's a hit. Derek crushed one and made an out.
Hey, fans, watch the Cubs take on the Rockies next Saturday at 12:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 6,000 children 13 and younger receive an Aramis Ramirez mini souvenir baseball bat courtesy of Jewel and Kellogg's.
So Ramirez with a blue base hit. And it's Reed Johnson batting 5th ahead of Fukudome today. Outside, ball 1. First, Ramirez had about a 1-step lead. The Cubs have been burned a couple of times over the past 2 games on the strike him out, throw him out. 12th inning last night, and again in the 2nd today. Swung on and missed, 1-1.
When you start that runner on a 3-1 or a 3-2 count, 3-2 especially to a hitter, it's up to the hitter to really shorten up his swing and make sure that he does make contact if the pitcher throws a strike. A little bit too much free swinging in those situations. You almost play it like a hit and run as the runner, and you definitely play it as a hit and run as the hitter. Reed Johnson has a huge hole on the right side of the infield right now. LaRoche holding on to Ramos Ramirez at first, and Freddie Sanchez cheating way up the middle of the field in anticipation of a ground ball double play. You could drive a truck through that right side.
Up the middle and through.
Smoked right back where it came from that time. Johnson with a nice quick short swing. Mulholland with a half-hearted defensive attempt right there. Wanted to make sure he got out of the way before he reached his glove out there and tried to make that play.
I was just going to bring up first the pitch to Fukudome. I'm sure Paul Mulholland could relate when he heard the news about Chris Young earlier this week. Young suffered a broken nose, put on the DL as Albert Pujols hit a screamer back through the box. Back on May 15th, 2004, Mulholland was pitching in Single A. He was hit in the face by a line drive, suffered a broken orbital bone and nose that kept him to just 12 appearances that year. He had reconstructive surgery on his face.
And Ryan Theriot plunked a couple of the Pirate pitchers last night. Phil Dumatre, the starting pitcher, got hit just above the right knee with a line drive off the bat of Ryan Theriot. Ball ricocheted directly over to Adam LaRoche right at the bag at first for an easy out. And later in the game, I believe it was Damaso Marte that was hit with another line drive off the bat of Ryan Theriot. This time it skittered through the right side for a base hit.
The Cubs lead 4-3. We're in the 6th. They won Friday. They lost last night. Dropped 2 of 3 in Houston. And they're still looking for just their second road series win of the year. They swept the Pirates the last time in April. 0-5-1 over their last 6 road sets. There's a drive to right by Kosuke. And it's Nady to make the catch. Ramirez tags and he's on his way to third. Thought that ball would carry a little bit better than it did. Wind blowing a little bit right now. May have knocked it down just a tad.
Now what wind we do have here is blowing from right field across to left field a little bit. Might have helped feather that ball. I thought, just like you, it was going to carry a lot further than it did. As it is, it was enough to back up Xavier Nady and give Ramirez a chance to tag and advance to third.
The pitch to Mark DeRosa. Just foul. Hit it hard.
And that was on a first pitch 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Mulholland. Usually if you see a hitter jerk pull your fastball that far foul, you're going to come back with an off-speed pitch on the next offering. Probably a changeup down low and away.
Called strike.
Another fastball right on the outside corner that time. We haven't seen one of those patented Mark DeRosa line drives to right center recently. We've been pulling a lot of balls on this road trip because that's the way they've been pitching him from the middle of the plate in.
Not every hitter looks at video. I know Nomar Garciaparra was a guy who didn't like to look at a ton of it. But when you get 2 fastballs and all of a sudden it's 0-2, it comes down to preparation, doesn't it? You could see the wheels were spinning in Mark's head, but he's trying to figure out, okay, now when he does this, normally he does that. You're always trying to protect against the fastball on 0-2. But that's probably why you look at video, right?
And Mark is a guy that does look at a lot of videotape, not only the starting pitcher that day, but the starting pitcher's last start. And then you pick somebody in that lineup that is a similar hitter to your style of hitting, and you see how he approaches that guy. And It's all part of that preparation before you even step into that batter's box. Try to have an idea what that pitcher is going to try to do to you. And when you get to the 2-strike count, you just have to battle. As you said, be ready to foul off a borderline tough fastball if you have to. Try to make an adjustment to an off-speed pitch, but you just have to do what you can do with 2 strikes.
Two, just got a piece. So to simplify your point, is it more that you think more early in the count and later it's just see it and hit it if you can?
Well, for me it was. It didn't work great for me my entire career, but I know most hitters are that way, especially in those predictable counts. 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, where you can anticipate that pitcher's probably going to challenge you with a fastball. And then by watching the videotape and reading the advanced scouting reports, that will either confirm or deny the fact that he's going to challenge you in those counts.
Swing and a miss. Went off speed to get marked on the strikeout. 2 hits, no
runs. The new Samsung Glide from Verizon Wireless. With a responsive touchscreen and slide-out keyboard. You won't be able to keep your hands off of it. The phones you want on the network you want to be on. America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
Rough meets smooth. 4-wheel independent suspension, the Ridgeline, built by Honda.
Here at this modern-day watering hole, this urban Serengeti, it's man meets reptile.
So, Lucy, what are you doing?
Just a little online shopping.
You should check out Geico.com, get a free rate quote. If you like what you see, you can buy it online, over the phone, or at your local Geico office.
Cool.
Remarkable. Oh, no. Help! Did you hear something?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hi. Testing it out. Squat test.
We do that.
In a lab. No one tests their furniture like Lazy Boy. That's why it lasts as long as it does.
Oh.
What about this?
That's yours.
The Memorial Day sale. Great savings and financing this comfortable won't last long. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
Big to the flat. Sister, Sister. Weekdays at 5 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
4-3 Cubs as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Ted Lilly will face the bottom of this Pirates batting order. Adam LaRoche leading it off.
And he'll be on his way to second base. Here's a throw there. Could be a play. And the ball got out of the glove of Terrio, and Ryan could be hurt. A little gimpy as he got up as LaRoche went sliding in. What a throw by Kosuke. Gave the Cubs a chance to get him.
Ball hooked down in that right field corner. We've seen this so many times this year. Fukudome gets to the ball quickly. He never assumes a double. You have to earn it against Kosuke. Adam LaRoche hesitates briefly around first base, decides he's going to go ahead and try to advance. Terrio behind the play right there. You can see the sliding runner went between Ryan and Kosuke Fukudome. He had plenty of time to get on the other side of the baseline. It would have been much easier to make that play. Awkward slide from LaRoche.
Up the middle, base hit. They're going to try to score him. Johnson up with it. Here's the throw to the plate. That one got out of the glove of Blanco, and it's going to allow Bautista to get to second as he just tied it up. It's 4-4. A couple of close plays, but both times LaRoche safe. And we're back where we started.
Well, I didn't think Reed Johnson would have any chance of making that a close play at home plate, but the slow-footed Adam LaRoche lumbering around third base. He was a good 2 or 3 steps around the bag before Reed Johnson even cut that ball loose. A tough short hop for Henry to handle there at home plate. I think the Pirate first baseman would have been safe anyway, even if he comes up with this short hop throw.
Bautista with a heads-up base running play, moved up a base on the throw to home plate. I think what Terrio was bothered by is he was limping a little bit. I think the high slide, LaRoche got him on the leg as he went into second. And he looks like he's fine now.
Well, we hope he's okay. Could have avoided that contact, as I said, if he would have got on the right field side of the base rather than playing back into the infield and allowing that runner to get between him and the ball.
The 2-0 to Paulino is low. As I said, I believe in the open or the pregame show, Kerry Wood not available after he went a couple of innings last night. So in a closing spot today, it will be Carlos Marmol. Jose Escaño, the only reliever who did not work last night, up in the bullpen, and when he went back to the team hotel last night, he had a pretty good idea he was going to pitch today. Ted's 3-1. Well, that was an awkward looking swing on a 3-1 pitch. That looked like a 2-strike swing.
That's the kind of swing that'll give hitting coaches nightmares. 3-1 count. Everything is in your favor. You look for one pitch in one zone, and Paulino just gets eaten up with a pitch right in on his knuckles.
Might go right back in there. Here it is. Ball 4. Time to see how you voted on today's AT&T text poll question. We asked you, who's the current Cubs killer? Albert Pujols. The winner, Carlos Lee, not far behind him. Then Dunn, Bay, and Braun. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details.
Carlos Lee has been a Cub killer in 2 different uniforms. First with the Milwaukee Brewers, now with the Houston Astros. Maybe that's why he's so high on the list.
Actually, with the White Sox, too, an interleague play even before that.
Forgot that one.
Here's Mahalam, and he swings away past Lee. They're going to get it out at second. That's it. Nobody covering first because Derek went after that ground ball. So that goes 4-6 on the fielder's choice. That's that slug bunt, I guess you call it. You pull it back, try to bounce it over the first baseman. He bounced it by Lee.
Different teams call it different things. We used to call it the butcher boy play. When you see guys charging hard from the corners, pull the bat back, take a short abbreviated swing, just try to put it in play past that charging infielder. Fortunately for the Cubs, DeRosa right there behind Derek Lee, able to make the play and get the force at second.
Now Mahalam was able to get Bautista to third with 1 out for Sanchez. We're in a 4-4 tie in the 6th. Lou called it the slash bunt or slash play. Cued foul. Lilly up to 100 pitches. What a play by Ramirez. They're going to get one and a double play. They get out of the inning. Ramirez saves the tie. If he doesn't get it, the Pirates take the lead. They do tie it with a run. It's 4-4.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
Hey to you. HD TVs, millions of songs from
late that allowed Bautista to go from first to second.
Brutal. short hop throw at his ankles. He's got a runner sliding into him at home plate, and because the ball trickled out of his glove, he gets an error. That's just not good.
2-1. I was hoping you'd have an opinion on that scoring decision.
Well, we've seen some very shaky scoring here at PNC Park in this 3-game series, but that's a long season. I guess things will tend to even themselves out, but that's a tough error for a catcher.
That's put away by Nady.
A lot of questionable calls here at this ballpark. It's time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. Controversy at the end of the pierogi race. I'm not sure the name of the one in the yellow, but he was all full of himself, styling and profiling for the fans. And Oliver Onion and Hannah Jalapeno. Apparently they spell jalapeno with an H here in Pittsburgh. Photo finish. It goes to Oliver Onion. I think you got to take another look at the video there. That's today's Have a Ball, thanks to our friends at the Illinois Lottery.
We don't have instant replay yet for the pierogi race.
No?
Well, maybe we do. I stand corrected.
Oh, Hannah by a purse. She got her handbag on the finish line.
She literally won the purse.
Ooh.
Ronnie Cedeno pinch hitting for Lily. Curveball strike 0-2. Another bad call here. Gave it to Oliver Onion. Fouled back. Still 2 strikes on Cubs super utility man Ronnie Cedeno. So that's it for Ted Lilly. It was a grind, to say the least. Gave up 10 hits in his 6 innings, 4 runs. No problem for Bay. The Cubs will have to rally here with 2 outs to give Lilly a chance for what would be his 6th win. It's a season high in hits going into this start. He had not allowed more than 7 in any assignment this year. But his team is still in it. Cubs with all their runs in the 3rd inning. 2 coming on a Soriano home run.
And don't forget the first Rivas home run of the ball game. Ball at the top of the fence stayed in play, was ruled a home run. Ted Lilly would be sitting on a 1-run lead right now, potentially. We never know what might have followed had Rivas just gotten a double out of that ball, but as it is, it was ruled a home run and the score is tied.
3-0. That's a foul ball. So he had the green light on 3-0. Jose Escaño will pitch the bottom of the 7th. Won't be easy. Rivas already with 2 home runs and a walk. McLeod and then Bay. High deep drive by Soriano. It is hooking. Foul. Ooh. He smoked it off the facing of the upper deck, to the left of the foul pole. Right near the strikeout tally board.
Ball was crushed. That's one of the longest balls I've seen hit to left field in this ballpark, even though it was foul.
Called strike 3. Mulholland came back from a 3-0 deficit. The next 3 were strikes, and we're still tied.
My knees are a pain, so how come I can move like this? I moved on up to Aleve.
Only Aleve has the strength for all-day relief with just 2 pills.
It takes 2 to tap dance.
Just move on up.
Me and Aleve.
Move on up to Aleve.
Hey, we landed.
In the middle of the road. Hop in this room.
There's one thing. We're nudists.
Wow.
Ugh.
rear view camera. Ride Ready, the new Pilot, only from Honda.
I've fallen and I can't get up. I need help.
My mother didn't want to go to a retirement home. My solution was to get her Life Alert. Life Alert is there to give her personal protection.
When you have a heart attack like I did, and there's no one there, Life Alert was there for me. I couldn't handle the alternative of going to a nursing home.
Life Alert also offers wireless smoke and carbon monoxide protection. And in case of intruders, we now also have video protection.
I heard a loud noise. I'm really scared.
This is Life Alert. You've been detected and recorded. Leave immediately. The police are on the way.
Oh, man, they're on the way. Let's get out of here.
Please call 1-800-886-0259 for a free Life Alert security brochure. Call now, 1-800-886-0259. That's 1-800-886-0259. Don't delay. Call us now at 1-800-886-0259.
Nash Bridges, weekdays at 10 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
To the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
God bless America here Memorial Day weekend as we remember those who have given their lives in service of our country. 4-4. And it's time now for today's Bud Light Fan Cam. Some cure on a day when we can all use one. Radio booth in between days, the cure. That's our Bud Light Fan Cam. Bud Light keeps it coming. Well, Pat and Ron are big Cure fans. Here's Jose Escanio to work the bottom of the seventh. You feel a little bit like you're in between days when you had that late night of 14-inning baseball and then a quick turnaround today.
I didn't even know what month it was when we opened the show today, let alone what day.
Now that's a boat, right? That's not a duck or any sort of...
Can't identify the nationality. Maybe a Canadian boat, maybe a Mexican boat. I don't know. Just a boat.
Well, Escanio will try to keep Rivas from getting on base. 2 home runs and a walk. Escanio was recalled from AAA Iowa prior to Tuesday's game in Houston. He had 9 saves in the minors. Working from the stretch. Good fastball at 94.
When it's not a straight fastball, he's got a nice tail on it. Occasionally he'll have some sink when he two-seams it. Did a good slider the other day. You know, we were talking about this Pirates rotation having 4 left-handers. They may be having a righty join that rotation at some point in the near future. Cub fans may remember John Van Benscoten only because of the length of his name. As Rivas lifts a high fly ball to Reed Johnson out in center field, should be no problem. Well, Van Benscoten is 5-0 with a .238 ERA down at AAA Indianapolis. And making noises like he's ready to come back to the major leagues. Opponents hitting only .180 against him this season. That would give the Pirates an option if they felt they were too left-handed heavy in that rotation.
Well, they have struggled with their pitching, particularly in their rotation. At last in the majors in earned run average, came in at 497. Speaking of the minor league report, Matt Merton, playing left field with the Iowa Cubs, went 3 for 4 with a double last night. He's hitting .356. He's 7th in the Pacific Coast League in batting. Jeff Samardzija at Double-A. He has struggled lately as a starter. Made his first relief appearance of the year. Gave up 2 hits. Got his first hold. And recording 1 out. Scott Air up in the pen. A 1-ball 2-strike count on Nate McLeod. 2 hits his last 2 at bats after grounding out in the opening inning. Kick and the pitch by Escanio. Swing and a miss. Might have been that changeup from Escanio. That's his best pitch.
I think you're right, Len. 83 miles an hour. It's a pitch he uses to both righties and lefties, but especially effective against the left-handed hitters. It's one of the Buccos' best hitters way out in front, chasing that changeup.
Jason Bay looks at ball 1 on a slider, low and away. And playing a doubleheader in Florida. The Marlins lead the Giants in the opener 7-5. In the bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks lead at Atlanta 6-3. They're in the top of the 6th. 2-1. Dan Uggla in that Florida game with home run number 16 already. Wow. So he's tied with Lance Berkman for the league lead. Washington 6, Milwaukee 1. Corey Hart with his 6th. Aaron Boone with his 4th. Carlos Lee, we talked about him earlier. He has hit his 11th. Jeff Jenkins with his 3rd. 5-4. That one deep. Way out toward that north side notch, they call it here. It's going to hit the bottom of the wall. Cubs get a break there. Bay came up just short, trying to give the Pirates the lead.
There's no question this ballpark benefits a left-handed pull hitter. Jason Bay has lost quite a few home runs in this ballpark, hitting drives to that particular area. You said it, they call it the north side notch. I like to refer to it as the Bermuda Triangle, right out there at the 410 mark. Lee Johnson played that carom perfectly to get the ball back in quickly.
.410. That's the deepest part of the park. Straightaway center is .399. This is just a strategic conversation. Nady's the scheduled hitter. Lou would likely wait for Scott Air until Adam LaRoche comes up. A reminder, you're watching Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, brought to you in part by IDOT, who reminds you this Memorial Day weekend to click it or ticket. Buckle up, Illinois.
Lou apparently had some words he wanted to impart right there and chose to go out and make the visit himself rather than send Larry Rothschild out to talk to Escanio.
Nady with a little blooper, and it's caught by DeRosa. Looked like trouble off the bat, but Mark was able to get there easily, and Escanio escapes trouble. 4-4 after 7.
Introducing Bud Light Lime, the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor.
the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
I'm an art car artist in Houston. I make crazy things, mainly out of recycled materials. My favorite art car has 8 legs, and it lurches forward. I mean, this thing comes alive. It's just amazing. We've had the world's largest art car parade for over 20 years. Atmosphere at the parade is like nothing you've ever seen, and it's just one of many events that promote creativity here in this town. People need to see what's really going on down here. I'm Mark Scrap Daddy Bradford, and this is my Houston.
Welcome to Progressive.com. Did you find your policy okay?
I did. Saved over $350.
We have a savings of $350. A savings of $350. You know, that comes with concierge claim service, local response claim service, and 24/7 live support, all at no extra charge.
Wow.
Wow, I know. I say it louder. Have a great day.
Lots of extra features that don't cost you extra. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Introducing Bud Light Lime. The superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor.
Homicide Life on the Street. Weekdays at 12 Eastern.
Tario Lee and Ramirez against Paul Mahalem, who's now in the 8th inning. Deepest he's gone the distance. He beat the Phillies on April 27th. 3rd career complete game and a 5-1 win. He's over 100 pitches on the day. Giovanni Soto available off the bench. So we might see him here in the final couple of innings. Or you never know, we could go to extras. No, that doesn't happen that often. Cubs wouldn't mind avoiding it. Get a couple of runs late, turn it over to Marmol. We'll see who pitches the 8th.
You have to tip your cap to Paul Mahalem today. Other than the 3rd inning when he gave up 4 runs on 4 hits, in the 6th inning when he gave up 2 hits, he has shut the Cubs down completely in this ball game. Zeros across the board in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th innings.
Backhanded play by LaRoche. Mahalem gets over quickly.
For this Father's Day, play catch in the outfield, run the bases, or relax in the dugouts of Wrigley Field. Hey, Dad, want to have a catch? Presented by Motorola is on Sunday, June 15th. Limited tickets are available for $150 each and include a t-shirt, a photograph, baseball, and lunch. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
Osorio the righty, Marte the lefty. Fastball strike on D. Lee. Mahalem's gotten better with the first pitch strikes. He threw only 1 in the first 2 innings. But he's at 59% for the game. Has the sign he wants. You see Paulino wants it down. It was out. 1-2. Astros have added a run in the bottom of the 4th, now leading Philadelphia 6-4. Logjam at the top of the division. The Cubs and the Cardinals in a virtual tie. The Astros only 1 back. That game in Los Angeles hasn't started yet. Wellemeyer and Kershaw. Reds are in San Diego. Belisle and Maddox, the scheduled pitchers in that one. That came back up and hit the bat of Derek Lee. It's a foul ball. Good game in Cleveland in the American League. Texas and the Indians are 1-1 in the 9th. Ian Kinsler with his 6th home run. left center. Bay did not get a good read on that ball off the bat. He froze initially. Derek on his way to second. Safe. He just got in. Go-ahead run is in scoring position. A good throw by Bay. I don't know what happened out there. He just took an extra half second or so before he went after that ball.
Sometimes
that matters.
Yeah, sometimes an outfielder just doesn't pick it up quickly off the bat, especially those low line drives. But Bay makes a nice recovery, spins with his back to the infield, throws it all the way in the air to Freddie Sanchez, and Derek Lee just does get in underneath the tag.
Strike one on Ramirez. This is a spot you want to be in. Your cleanup hitter at the plate. You have Derek Lee, who runs well at second. And here's the 0-1. Jammed him and he popped it up. LaRoche over. No play.
Well, as always, when you're trying to get extra bases, you don't get it between first and second or second and third. You get it out of the batter's box. Derek Lee busted it. Look at him going hard down that first baseline just to give himself an opportunity to possibly go for two. And that was the difference in the play right there. If he doesn't come out of the batter's box hard, Bay throws him out at second base.
Now 1-2. Twins broke open a 1-1 tie late. 4 in the 8th, another in the 9th, leading at Detroit as they go to the last of the 9th. 6-1. Ground ball up the middle. Base hit. Derek coming around. He will score. The Pirates put on a big pull shift as the shortstop Rivas was way over toward third base, and that allowed that ball to dribble through. 5-4 Cubs.
We talked about that pull shift on the infield and opposite field shift in the outfield for Aramis Ramirez, and that wasn't the hardest hit RBI base hit he's ever had, but the Cubs will definitely take it. You see Rivas is not even in your picture there. Way over in the hole between third and short. No chance to get to that ball. D. Lee had a good jump off of second and scores easily.
So the Cubs lead again. Their first run since they got 4 in the third. Give Aramis credit. The last hit was a bloop single to right. Didn't hit it hard. This one, he just put it in the perfect place. Good hitters do that. Good idea by Johnson. He didn't get a good pitch to bunt, but he had the third baseman Bautista playing way back.
Once again, you see that exaggerated shift for Aramis Ramirez. No chance for Rivas to get there. And as I mentioned, Derek Lee knew where the Pirates were playing defensively and realized that Rivas had no chance to get to it, and where Freddie Sanchez was positioned, he wasn't going to get to it. Got a great jump off of second base. Preparation is a big part of any successes or failures you have in this game. I talked about as a hitter going to the plate, knowing what that pitcher's likely to do, what pitches does he throw, what does he like to do in certain situations. That part of your preparation as a base runner is to know where the defenders are. And then when that ball is hit, you don't have to turn around and see where they are. You already know where they're positioned.
Not hit very hard. They'll try to turn it, but they won't. Is Johnson, who runs well, able to easily get to first base. Now with the relievers loosening, and they've been throwing for a while for the Pirates, you have to think this is probably Mahalam's last hitter. Nearing 120 pitches. Most he had thrown going into this start was 111 his last time out. Already at 120, in fact. Nice play. Rivas might have been there near second base, but we'll never know, as Mahalan probably just threw his last pitch. The Cubs take the lead 5-4 to the bottom of the 8th.
Tough meets classy. The stylish four-door Ridgeline, built by Honda.
What's your equation for keeping healthy?
I'm a bike riding, smoothie sipping, need to stay strong, one-a-day woman.
One-a-day Women's, the only complete multivitamin with more vitamin D and calcium for breast and bone health.
It fits my equation better.
Welcome aboard, folks. We'd like to thank you for not flying today and choosing to jet with JetBlue.
He's a brilliant kid from the wrong side of the tracks.
You can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing.
An unlikely hero, and the man who showed him a better way to fight.
I'd do anything to have what you got.
Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting.
Tonight at 8 on the Superstation.
Let's take a look at our upcoming WGN-produced baseball schedule in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. We're back on WGN tomorrow as the Cubs host the Dodgers on Memorial Day, 1 o'clock for the leadoff man. Tuesday night, the Sox will travel to Cleveland, 6 o'clock on WCIU Channel 26. Wednesday night, Game 3 against the Dodgers, 7 Central, all in beautiful HD, sponsored by Comcast. Couple of big hits for Ramos Ramirez the last 2 days. He tied it last night with an 8th inning 2-run double, and he gives the Cubs the lead in the 8th inning today. Scott Air in to face Adam LaRoche. Bob Howry is ready in the bullpen, so this could be a 1-and-out for Scott.
I think you're absolutely right. Big strikeout of LaRoche in the ballgame last night by Scott Air.
Now LaRoche has 2 hits. Both have come against Ted Lilly. Both have been doubles. A 2-0. Missed again. 3 balls, no strikes.
See the huge differential in batting average against lefties and righties, as opposed to Nate McLouth, we talked about earlier, who hits over 300 against left-handed pitching. I think that's why Lou Piniella uses Air right here rather than save him for McLouth.
He was green lighted on 3-0, and he flies out to center. And that'll be it for Air.
That's a big out, getting that leadoff man in a 1-run ball game, which was why Lou felt it was important enough to use his lone lefty out of the bullpen to get that big out.
Well, he went 3-0 on the only guy he faced, and then got him to fly to center. Bob Howry coming in. 5-4 Cubs.
Week after week, you've had chicken, and
chicken.
No wonder you've come down with flavor amnesia. Think back to the last time you had a juicy Johnsonville brat. Remember how they sizzled on the grill and that flavor? Oh, that juicy Johnsonville flavor. It's all coming back.
Honey.
Memories are great.
Honey.
But there's nothing like the real thing.
Nice. I know.
Flavor up with Johnsonville brats.
There's a new joke going around. Have you heard it? What did the 5 fingers say to the face? What? Slap. Cheers to both
Don't interrupt me, honey.
I appreciate what you're showing me right now. On the marquee, big letters.
And you can put it on the board. Yeah. Bring it up. Bring it up. And it gets out. A home run.
Well, I want to feel that hit with somebody.
Music fans, the Dave Matthews Band is back out on the road this summer. DMB will be at the Alpine Valley Music Center on August 10th, presented by Bud Light. Tickets are on sale now. You can go to livenation.com for tickets. The Dave Matthews Band and Bud Light. Keep it coming. Scott Air will just sit and watch. And they're getting LaRoche. Bob Howery pitched in the opener, gave up a run in an inning, and his only appearance in March took the loss. In April had an 8.03 ERA. He's been much better here in May at 2.25.
And basically because his command has been much better, been able to hit his spots, mix in that slider occasionally, but more than anything else, just pound away at that outside corner.
Batista slices this ball down the right field line, and it's foul. Rivas with 2 home runs, McLouth 2 singles, Nady a home run, LaRoche 2 doubles, Batista 2 singles and an RBI. So the Pirates have spread it around, but they trail at the moment. The attendance today, 29,415. They picked a beautiful day to be out at the ballpark. Foul tip, strikeout. Looks like it's going to be warm when we get back to Chicago. Just hope we stay dry tomorrow to start the homestand.
No, warm is a good thing. A little backup slider right there from Bob Howery gets the job done. You could see Batista looking back into Henry Blanco's catcher's mitt. That's such a frustrating pitch for a hitter. You see the rotation on the ball. You anticipate where it's going to break because of that rotation, and the ball actually goes exactly the opposite of where it should go. Completely an accidental pitch, but one of the most effective pitches in the game.
Check swing and a strike. Paulino is 0 for 2. He has walked and has really struggled lately. He's been at his best with runners on.
Well, if Bob Howery can execute his pitches like he has been lately, Paulino should have no chance. He stands well off the plate, steps in the bucket, looking to jerk, pull everything. And we know Bob Howery likes to work that outside corner at the knees.
Deep left center. Johnson over. He has it. Hit well by Paulino, but 4 and out. Howery gets 2 after Air got LaRoche. We'll go to the 9th. It's 5-4 Cubs.
to Progressive.com.
Honey, what's all this?
The insurance.
Progressive motorcycle insurance.
Yeah.
RV insurance?
Uh-huh.
Boat insurance. But we don't have any of those things.
Well, actually, I do. We do. We do.
Surprise! Let's bag these up.
Saving you money so you can buy more toys. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
The world around us is changing.
Our views are changing.
Our lifestyles are changing.
Our tastes are changing.
Even what we're eating for breakfast is changing.
McDonald's introduces chicken for breakfast with its new Southern-style chicken biscuit sandwich.
It's perfectly seasoned.
Juicy, all-white meat.
Served on a warm and fluffy homemade-tasting biscuit.
All new taste for breakfast. Let's hear it for nonconformity.
Samsung Glide from Verizon Wireless. With a responsive touchscreen and slide-out keyboard. You won't be able to keep your hands off of it. The phones you want on the network you want to be on. America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
You are now fantasizing about me being the maid in the Brady Bunch. Am I right?
Scrubs, tonight at 11 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's sports like you've never seen it. Go extreme with Whacked Out Sports. Today at 5 Eastern on Superstation WGN. Corner Gas, tonight at 11:30 Eastern on the Superstation.
5-4 Cubs. They'll try to add on against Broncolis Osorio, who's now pitching for the Pirates after Paul Maholm went 8 innings and was charged with 5 runs. Chris Gomez is playing third base. They double switched, so he'll lead off the ninth. Sanchez and Rivas will follow, and if anybody gets on, Nate McLeod. But again, Carlos Marmol is the designated closer today because Kerry Wood went 2 innings in the ballgame last night. And after a little bit of a slow start, he walked the leadoff hitter. All of a sudden, it locked in, and Carlos was unhittable.
It was like throwing a switch. Couldn't find the strike zone on the first hitter he faced. Gio made a quick trip out to the mound, and all of a sudden, every pitch he threw was nasty in the strike zone. See Lester Strode out there with the advanced scouting report on the Pirates, going over the hitters that Carlos is going to face in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Swing and a miss, and DeRosa fans. You're watching Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, brought to you in part by IDOT, who reminds you this Memorial Day weekend to click it or ticket. Buckle up, Illinois. Henry at an even 300, and that'll go up. Base hit past Gomez. Henry getting his 7th start as a Cubs catcher. Former catcher Matt Sinatro greeting him at first base.
Not an easy thing to do to keep your swing strong when you're only playing sporadically at best, but Henry Blanco with a clean single into left field pushes that average up over 300. Nicely done.
The Hank White fan club usually keeps Union Hours as Hoffpower, the pinch hitter, with a high rainbow that'll be caught by McLeod. But Henry gets a lot of his starts, on Sunday afternoon after a Saturday night game, so they're up and running even on the holiday weekend. Time to check out today's Nissan drive of the game. Alfonso Soriano deep to left, a 2-run shot. Part of a 4-run third inning. That gave the Cubs A 3-2 lead. And here he is with a runner on and 2 outs in the 9th. Nothing. Slide step and a strike.
That's a good take right there by Fonzie. That's not a pitch you can do very much with. Pitcher's fastball on the outside corner at the knees. Probably a ground ball to the left side. You just take it and hope he makes a mistake on the next one.
Just missed that time. And it's 3-1.
Slide step changeup. That is a devastating pitch. We've talked about it in the past. As a hitter, you see that pitcher come out of the slide step jumping at you at home plate. You start to speed up your swing a little bit, and then he throws a changeup.
Blanco runs, and it's fouled off.
Well, it just rolls off your tongue, doesn't it? Blanco runs.
The next 3-2, and it missed. Ball 4. Do you remember the catch Osorio made against the Cubs back in April of '06? I have it in my notes. I don't specifically remember it. It's now jogging my memory. Derek Lee hit a screamer that was ticketed for his head or shoulder, and Osorio at the last possible second made an unbelievable catch. I'm sure some Cub fans out there remember that play.
I'm sure Osorio remembers it.
Yeah. That was April 17th of 2006. And quite honestly, that's a season a lot of Cub fans would like to forget. That was a rough year. Derek got hurt with the wrist injury. That was in Los Angeles. Would have been that same series, I guess. And it was 2 days later. 2 strikes, Ontario. 2 on. The Cubs are trying to tack on here in the 9th.
Ontario's been tardy on both of his swings on Osorio fastballs, shooting them both well foul down that right field line.
This is a long run. McLouth will get there. Rivas never went out from a shortstop position. So we go to the bottom of the 9th. Gomez, Sanchez, and Rivas due up against the closer for the day, Carlos Marmol.
In the tradition of great police dramas comes a show that's not even close to any of those shows.
Slipped and pooped.
It's a crime
Never actually kicked a block home.
that they're cops. Reno 911.
Friday night at 1 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Every sip gets you closer to Justin Timberlake MP3s.
Hey.
Hey to you. HD TVs, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Get Pepsi Stuff points on specially marked Pepsi or Diet Pepsi 24-ounce 6-packs for a free Amazon MP3 music download.
Auto insurance wasn't something I used to get animated about until I switched to Esurance.
Paul is an actual Esurance customer. Here we go, Paul.
With competitive rates and quote-by-print convenience, Esurance makes it easy to save time and money on car insurance.
And don't forget, if you ever run into any trouble, special agents are here to help you 24/7.
Who knew I could be so drawn to my auto insurance company?
Take a fresh look at your auto insurance. Get your quote from Esurance today.
Hey, we landed.
In the middle of the road. Hop in, there's room.
There's one thing. We're nudish.
Wow.
Ugh.
Rear view camera. Ride ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
Here's today's Too Much Good Stuff brought to you by AM/PM. We look back to the 8th inning last night after a leadoff walk. Carlos Marmol struck out Adam LaRoche, Jason Michaels, and in a knee-buckling slider gets Jose Bautista. Carlos Marmol, Too Much Good Stuff. Thank you, AM/PM. Hoping for a repeat performance today here in the 9th inning. The closer du jour.
Kerry Wood threw a bit too many pitches in his 2 innings last night. So Marmol's the man. And he faces Chris Gomez. Fastball in there, strike one. 5-4 Cubs. That was a final last night, but the Pirates ended up on top in 14 innings. Carey threw 34 pitches, blew the save in the 9th, pitched a scoreless 10th. Marmol threw 17 pitches and it just got better as his 8th inning went on, as Bob mentioned. Terrio's backpedaling, calling off the outfielders. 1 out. Hughes, you get that first guy in an inning. The producer of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is Pete Toma. Skip Ellison is our director. Our associate producer is Mark Brady. The executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Dan Wolf. Our studio coordinator back at WGN, Christina Ballas. And our entire WGN Sports crew here in Pittsburgh. If Marmol can get out of this inning with no damage, it would be his 4th career save, number 3 this year. And Jose Escanio would get his first win as a Cub and just his 2nd major league victory. Won one ball game with Atlanta last year.
Trailing by a run, Sanchez is probably in a take-2 situation right here. He's only drawn 7 base on balls all season.
Kick in the 3-1, and he walked it. Tying run is on base. Well, I'll say it again. Never easy, Lou, is it? Especially here, a lot of tight ball games between these two clubs. Brian Bixler is going to run for Sanchez. They add a little speed. Brian Bixler's days on the big league roster could be numbered, with Jack Wilson due back within the next couple of days.
Definitely want to keep an eye on Bixler over there at first base, not to the point that it distracts you from what you need to do to Luis Rivas at home plate, but you can't let him get a walking lead and just take off for second base. One soft toss over to first, and then a little quicker move the second time.
Way outside, as Henry will go out to talk to Marmol. To believe Carlos Marmol hasn't always been a pitcher. A converted catcher.
Proving once again how versatile catchers can be. Put him anywhere on the field.
Played the outfield as well. Started pitching in 2002. Fastball away, 2-0. McLouth on deck.
As good as Carlos's stuff is, you don't want to consistently put yourself in those good hitters counts. Kind of eased into this game with his fastball. The first couple he threw were sitting in the high 80s. He's now in the low to mid 90s consistently with that fastball.
Rivas has homered twice, walked and flied to center. That's a strike. Carlos is kind of getting into that Mike Fetters look. He gives that mean stare to the plate when he gets the sign. Outside corner, 2-2. Not quite as exaggerated as Mike Fetters, but it's intimidating. With a backup slider, 3-2. He throws a little harder than Mike Fetters did at the end of his career.
Well, whatever it takes to get Carlos into the same frame of mind he had in that 8th inning last night. That was about as unhittable as we've seen him this year.
Bixler's not running, and Rivas strikes out. 2 down. So here's the rematch. Marmol and McLouth. Oh, just fell off the table. McLouth got him on the 17th at Wrigley Field for a game-winning 2-run homer.
Not the only hit he's had against Carlos Marmol. 4 for 5 in his career.
Bixler at first, pinch running for Sanchez. 2 down, the 1-0 inside.
Once again, a good hitter's count here at 2-0. Missed with 2 sliders. You would think he'd have to challenge with a fastball right here.
Look at that. Hasn't given up a hit after a 2-0 count. Oh! 2-1.
Came back with the slider on the 2-0 count, showing good confidence in his breaking pitch. Threw it to the back door, got the called strike.
Marmol has the sign. The pitch to McLeod, pulled foul. 2-2. They've shifted on the infield against McLeod. Terrio playing almost behind second base. Slightly the other way in the outfield as Reed Johnson is just to the left of straightaway. Kick in a 2-2. A fly ball to left field. Soriano's drifting. He has room. And he dropped it in the sun. Got lost in the sun. And they're going to tie it. Oh, man. Can you believe that? You said it, Bob. I think in the first inning you mentioned the sun. At some point it's going to be a factor. He had the flip downs working, but he fought it all the way. And they have tied this game.
As you mentioned, just battling it the whole way. Some outfielders will try to get to one side of the ball or the other, get it out of the sun a little bit, play it a little more of an angle. Soriano just tried to keep his eye on that ball and battle it, and the sun is going to win that one more often than not.
They gave McLeod an RBI double. It doesn't really matter. The game's tied. Who cares about the scoring? But tough to catch a ball you can't see. Oh, man. Not quite the Brant Brown play, but it was right there for the Cubs. 5-5. He got a glove on it. Well, now Carlos has to get it together. The save has been blown, but not the game to this point. It's 3-0 on Bay. Just when you think you've seen everything.
To say other than the fact that he's not a good defender. He'll throw his share of runners out at home plate because he's got a quick release and charges the ball hard, but it's an adventure when that ball is hit to left field to Alfonso Soriano.
Now they just walk Bay with first base open.
You just hope, like you said earlier, he can out-hit his mistakes.
Carlos made his pitch, got a fly ball to left. If you look at the shadows, I mean, there's no question that ball ended up right in the middle of the sun. That's the bad sun field right now. He has the flip down sunglasses, but about a second before it landed in his glove, he just lost it.
Well, even more importantly, Carlos Marmol has lost it a little bit here after that misplay in left field, allowing the Pirates to tie up the ball game. He needs to get his focus back, retire this guy.
2 on for Xavier Nady. It's way outside. I mean, how do you do that, Bob? Because you know what Marmol's thinking. That ball's in the air, and the game is over. I mean, in his mind, once Soriano stopped running back, he's thinking, that's it. We've won the series. And here he is still pitching.
Well, it's a team game, though, and occasionally you've got to pick up your teammates. There's going to be a lot of ball games this year that Soriano wins with his bat. This is one day that Marmol needs to pick up his left fielder.
So the best the Cubs can hope for would be extra innings again here in Pittsburgh. Now 2-2. And now you start to think about the 10th, 11th, 12th. Lou doesn't want to use Kerry Wood. Everybody was busy last night. Michael Wirtz went an inning in 2/3. Well, first things first, a 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, you hope you have to worry about that problem. I mean, in that respect, if this game does go into extra innings, the Pirates are in much better shape in their bullpen at this point because Mahalam was able to give them 8 innings, even though he had to struggle through many of them.
Ground ball. Ramirez picks it up. He's going to throw to first base. We'll go to extras for the 4th time in 6 games here at PNC Park. Cubs were oh so close. 5-5.
Yesterday you were a loan shark.
Yeah, but I was never that into it.
Booyah! I'm impressed.
It's not about the money, you like to chase.
Don't interrupt me, honey.
I'll make fun of me.
Your commander is on deck. We're hitching a ride. Hang on.
Get off the nuclear warhead.
Yes. Super.
Tough day for Alfonso Soriano out in left field. Had a controversial home run that bounced off the top of the wall in the bottom of the first inning, and then what looked like a very routine fly to end the game. He lost the ball in the sun, and the Pirates tied it. Derek Lee swings and misses and strikes out. Osorio back out there for the 10th.
In case you missed it, high fly ball to left field by McLeod. Should have been the last out of the ball game. Got a glove on it, battling that sun the whole way. I mentioned it at the time. Some outfielders with a little more experience, a little more polished in the outfield, would try to get to one side or the other and get that ball out of the sun where they could get a beat on it. But Soriano tried to battle it the whole way and wasn't able to come up with the play.
And again, they gave McLeod an RBI double on that play, even though he did get a glove on it. Popped up right side. And LaRoche retires Ramirez. Well, this is one where the entire roster has to kind of rebound. This game's still going on. Tie game in the 10th. Everybody thought it was over. Jim Edmonds will bat for Reed Johnson.
Well, there's no question the momentum is in that third base dugout right now. I mean, the celebration the Pirates had after Jason Bay's game-winning hit last night, you would have thought they won a playoff game or something. Came streaking out of that dugout. They tackled Jason Bay out in the middle of the infield. Like a dog pile out there.
Well, they haven't had too many celebrations against the Cubs this year. The first 11 has featured 9 Cubs victories, including 4 out of 5 here. But the Pirates have been a pesky bunch. 3-0 on Edmonds. Part of the issue with Soriano out in left is that he's considered a superstar player, a guy who Lou has said he doesn't want to take him out for defense late. And you do wonder at some point if that policy might change a little bit.
Well, I think the label may have to change. He's a superstar offensive player. He is by no means a superstar defender in left field. Now, if you're worried about taking his bat out of the lineup and conceivably losing some at-bats in an extra inning ball game, I can certainly understand that. But you can throw a dart at that dugout on the first base side and find a better defender in left field.
Edmonds lofts, and Nady went back. Now has to come way in. About 15 steps. And he'll keep moving right into the Pirate dugout. Bottom 10, 5-5.
Is it real? Well, some say there are 2 of them, each 1,000 feet long. Once a year they come out for 4 days and 3 nights. Is it real? I hope so.
Oh, it's real. The Bud Light Party Cruise. 2 ships, 1 legendary time.
When your in-home disasters become America's biggest laughter, we've got it all caught on tape. Every weeknight, you get all the hilarious moments of AFE. Even when things go extremely wrong, laughter makes it oh so right. It's the cranks, pranks, and all-out stupid maneuvers that make Monday nights a splash. Join Tom Bergeron as he brings you the ultimate in reality television.
Common sense is the enemy of comedy. My new motto, stop thinking, start taping.
It's a knockdown, flipped around good time. So when life gets a little crazy, remember to take some time to laugh. America's funniest home videos. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's great to be home.
We are at extras again here in Pittsburgh. The Cubs dropped a 5.
Well, I can only imagine what was being said on the radio. The radio booth is just to my right here, this very thin wall between us, and I heard some banging going on next door. I mean, it's an unfortunate play. It happens in the game of baseball. You lose a ball in the sun and it drops. It just happened at the most inopportune time for the Cubs today.
Good slider, 2-2. I'm sure a lot of Cub fans have heard it a few times. The, I guess, infamous Brant Brown play in Milwaukee in '98. Ron was a little upset that day. That ended the game, however, as Michaels strikes out, 2 down. The play today brought home the tying run. Second strikeout for Carlos. Now he'll face the catcher Paulino. I don't know, Bob, maybe we should just be surprised when it doesn't go to extras. There's Ron over in that spacious radio booth here at PNC Park.
This has turned out to be an unusual day in a lot of different ways. I mean, there were 4 home runs hit in the first 3 innings of this ball game. We talked about the temperature here, very warm. The wind wasn't a factor. Thought we might see a lot more long balls in this game today, but they've kind of dried up since that 3rd inning. Cubs have 9 hits. The Pirates have 12. They've been spaced out pretty well throughout the rest of the ball game, though, after that 3rd inning.
A hitter's count for Paulino. Low on the slider. And now Marmol needs an extra second. Pitch count up to 40. Here he comes. Strike one, 3-1.
Ronnie Paulino's got one thing on his mind on this pitch. Try to hit it in the river.
Not going to go that far. Terrio out in the outfield grass. Now 1, 2, 3, 10th for both relief pitchers to the 11th, 5-5.
The 70s were a time without PCs or cell phones, but we did have lava lamps, Led Zeppelin, $1-a-gallon gas, and great TV.
Up your nose with a rubber hose.
We're celebrating a wonderfully tacky period in TV history with the world premiere of Out of Sight, Retro Nights, Flashback to the 70s.
How many drugs do you think I did?
A lot.
Wow, right on the nose.
Put your mind on rewind with Superstation WGN.
Free your mind.
Ray Charles.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna make it do what it do, baby. Yeah.
Yesterday you were a loan shark.
Yeah, but I was never that into it.
Booyah. I'm impressed.
It's not about the money. You like to chase.
Don't interrupt me, honey.
I'll make you fun of me.
Your commander is on deck.
We're hitching a ride. Hang on.
Get off the nuclear warhead.
Yes.
Super. We're back. 5-5 in the 11th.
Or still here, however you want to look at it. A lot of extra inning ball games here at PNC Park. Damaso Marte, the next pitcher to take over for the Pirates, a left-hander with a 3-0 record, pitching in his 24th ball game this season.
Fucadome, DeRosa, Blanco. And remember, Giovanni Soto's available. And the wheels really start spinning now for the manager and the bench coach in both dugouts. You were talking with Tram about that on the leadoff man.
Comes in a little better shape at this point in the ball game, at least as far as bench players available. Mike Fontenot still available. Giovanni Soto, as you mentioned, available. But both teams thin in the bullpen from this point forward. We saw Sean Gallagher with his cleats on heading out to the Cubs bullpen out in left center field.
Ryan Dempster went out there late last night. Ryan will start tomorrow. Gallagher slated to go Tuesday night. We'll go down to third base. Wally Bell said Kosuke went too far.
Didn't look like it with the naked eye. We'll get another look, however, and turns out Wally Bell was probably right. Usually the determining factor is, did the barrel of the bat cross the front of home plate, and that time it looked like Kosuke got right there to the front edge of the plate.
Cubs went down quickly in the 10th. I don't know if we had a chance to mention the double play combo now for the Pirates. Bixler at short, Rivas at second. Gomez playing third, LaRoche over there at first. And a 1-2 to Fucadome. Good heat, but a ball. 2-2.
Need a runner. Cubs need a runner here. Be nice to get Kosuke on to lead off this inning. Present some opportunities for the Cubs offensively here.
Kick and the pitch. Pulled. Just foul. Final in 10. Texas 2. Cleveland 1. There was a misplay by Ben Francisco, Indians right fielder. So an error, a big play in that ball game in the 10th. Jared Saltalamacchia scored from first base. Texas winning 2-1. Swing and a miss. Wild game in Houston. The Phillies with 5 in the 6th now lead 9-6 in the 7th. They had a delay. Home plate umpire Jerry Crawford got hit on a follow through, hit by the bat of Carlos Lee. He was bleeding on the side of his head. It's been a rough year physically for Jerry Crawford. Left one of the games, I think it was at Wrigley Field earlier this year. After the delay, Lee hit a home run. And we remember being in Houston earlier in the week. Carlos Lee almost got hit by a bat. Lance Berkman let a couple go near the on-deck circle. 1-2 on Blanco. Runner on, 1 out. We're in the 11th. Marte's pitch. A drive to left. Bay is tracking. Bay held his glove up just to check the angle of the sun. Not a problem on that play. Soto bats for Marmol.
Soto 1 for 1 this season as a pinch hitter with an RBI. Of course, when you play every day, you don't get a lot of opportunities to pinch hit.
It's a tough blown save for Carlos Marmol. It's a tough earned run. The 0-1. 1-1. DeRosa has a medium lead at first. Big leg kick by Marte and swing and a miss. Fastball sitting in the mid-90s.
It's going to be tough to split the gaps in the outfield because the Pirates defenders are playing so deep right now and no doubles defense. They want to position themselves such that they can cut off anything hitting the gaps or down the line and make sure DeRosa does not score from first base. Go ahead and hit it over everybody.
That'll work. Soriano waiting on deck. He'd love another redeemer. Hit a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning. But he'll have to wait. And as Marte strikes out 2 in the inning, we'll see John Lieber coming on in a 5-5 tie.
Justice room, wall to wall in teal.
Exactly. And you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra for you, honey.
I'll see what I have.
Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey. There's a new joke going around. Have you heard it? What is the 5 fingers say to the face? What? Slap. Cheers to
appreciate what you're showing me right now.
On the marquee, big letters.
And you can put it on the board. Yeah. Bring it up. It gets out. A home run.
Well, I want to feel that hit with somebody.
That young Pirate fan still has a lot of energy here in the bottom of the 11th. Cubs 5, Pirates 5.
Very nice, young man.
You know what? We need some levity.
I got some more of this day of baseball history. Glad I saved all these. I didn't think I was going to need them today, but a little Pittsburgh connection here. Back in 1935, across town at Old Forbes Field, playing for the Boston Braves, Babe Ruth hit 3 homers and a single, and his 7th inning homer in that ball game was number 714, which for years was the mark everybody was shooting for. And it's estimated that his 714th home run went over 600 feet.
Oh, my goodness. I don't doubt it.
No.
And you saw Kerry Wood playing catch. One strike on Chris Gomez. Came in to play 3rd in the 9th. This is his 2nd at bat. Up the middle, not hit hard. Terrio gets it, but it'll be a single for Gomez. Leadoff hit.
No chance for Terrio. Nice effort just to get to that baseball back up the middle of the field. Once he leaves his feet, that's a done deal. An infield hit for Gomez.
Bixler scored the tying run. He entered as a pinch runner for Sanchez in the 9th. He pushes a bunt to Derek Lee, and the play has to be at first. It's a sacrifice. 3-4.
Nicely done by the young man, bunting that ball to first base side. D. Lee only had one play on to first. We need to go right after this hitter right here. Give you at least the option of walking Nate McLouth and going after the right-handed hitting Jason Bay, which is no trip to the beach either. But in order to even have that option, you've got to retire Luis Rivas right here.
Lieber coming back on a 1-0 pitch, and it's hit in the air, foul. Well, they have started in Los Angeles, the Cardinals and the Dodgers, each with a run in the first inning. It's 1-1 after 2. Luis Mazza with a home run for the Dodgers. Lieber set outside, 2-2.
Well, a lot of room in that gap in left center field. Soriano playing straight away in left. Jim Edmonds shading a few steps over into the gap in right center field. Everything Rivas has hit hard in this game has been to left.
There goes the bat on strike 3. That's the second out.
You'll see Jason Bay over there on the top step by the railing. Fortunately, that was just the handle end of the bat that clipped him on the back of the right shoulder.
And McLeod will not get an opportunity.
This is definitely one of those pick your poison situations. Nate McLeod 3 for 6 against John Lieber in his career. Jason Bay 4 for 7. So they've both had past success, but you have to play the percentages here. Go with the righty on righty matchup. And any opportunity you get to take the bat out of Nate McLeod's hand late in a ball game like this, you've got to send him on down to first.
It's the third walk issued by Lieber on the year. They've all been of the intentional variety.
It's funny how circumstances changed. Last night I felt that the Cubs should have walked Jason Bay to get to Adam LaRoche. Today, walk Nate McLeod to get to Jason Bay.
Gomez at second, McLeod at first, 2 outs. We're in the 11th. Popped up and out of play. So this is the 70th inning of baseball in the 6 games between the Cubs and the Pirates at PNC Park here in 2008. Soriano will go after it, but that's it. It bounces all the way to the wall, and the Pirates have won again. Jason Bay with his 2nd consecutive game-ending hit. And they win it 6-5. Well, prior to last night, Jason Bay had 0 career game-ending RBIs. And less than 24 hours later, he has 2. The final score in 11, the Pirates 6, the Cubs 5.
There's a new joke going around. Have you heard it? What did the 5 fingers say to the face? What?
Don't interrupt me, honey.
I appreciate what you're showing me right now.
On the marquee, big letters.
And you can put it on the board. Yeah. Bring it up. It gets out. A home run.
Well, I want to feel that hand with somebody.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. The Chicagoland area Dodge dealers and the all-new 2009 Dodge Journey. AT&T. See what's new from the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines. You're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Heartbreaker for the Cubs today. For the Pirates, 6 runs, 14 hits. No errors, 11 left for the Cubs. 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, and 7 stranded. Damaso Marte now 4-0. He gets the win. John Lieber takes the defeat. He drops to 2-3. 3 hours and 16 minutes in front of 29,415. It took 11 innings to complete. The Budweiser plays of the game. It looked like the Cubs had won it in the 9th inning. As Nate McLeod sent a fly ball to left. Soriano was there, but he lost it in the sun. Bixler scored the game-tying run, and then in the 11th, Jason Bay turned on a John Lieber pitch. Chris Gomez came around to score, and that was it. The perfect balance of taste and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. Well, Bob, you hope that the Cubs can turn it around at home. They're 19-8 at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, they dropped to 10-13 on the road. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain their dominance at the friendly confines starting tomorrow afternoon.
We'll have it for you. Leadoff man at 1 o'clock on Memorial Day. Stay tuned. The Chevy Dealers 10th inning show is next.
I first saw this one when I was traveling through Prague. Geico probably thinks this is easy too. Dancing is good exercise. It works my glutes. Okay, America, I'll show you easy.
The guy in the sectional is a little flat.
The Memorial Day sale. Great savings and financing this comfortable won't last long. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
The 70s were a time without PCs or cell phones, but we did have lava lamps, Led Zeppelin, $1 a gallon gas, and great TV.
Up your nose with a rubber hose.
We're celebrating a wonderfully tacky period in TV history with the world premiere of Out of Sight, Retro Nights, Flashback to the 70s.
How many drugs do you think I did?
A lot.
Oh, right on the nose.
Put your mind on rewind with Superstation WGN.
Corner Gas, tonight at midnight Eastern on Superstation WGN.
It's the Chevy Dealers 10th inning show. Now, here's Len Casper.
Tough day for the Cubs. They were able to take a couple of leads in this ballgame. They trailed 2-0 at one point, but they were able to score 4 in the third. They took a late lead as well on the Aramis Ramirez RBI hit. But a crazy play in the 9th, and then the Pirates win it in the 11th.
WGN America presents the ultimate movie event. Against all odds, the ultimate underdog becomes the ultimate hero. It's Rocky, Art of Rocky, the rockumentary. Monday at 8.
Tired of another sleepless night? Ambient CR is offering the 7-night invite. Call or visit 7freecr.com for your free 7-night trial offer of the only sleep aid with 2 layers to help you fall asleep and stay asleep. Until you know how Ambient CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Sleepwalking and eating or driving while not fully awake with amnesia for the event have been reported. In rare cases, sleep aids may cause severe allergic reactions, such as swelling of your tongue or throat or shortness of breath. If you experience any of these behaviors or reactions, contact your doctor immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Get your free Ambient CR 7-night trial offer now. Just call or visit 7freecr.com.
It's okay to be yourself.
yourself. It's okay to be yourself because you are you. It's okay to be yourself. It's okay to release your powerful power. 'Cause it feels good.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
This is the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show. Brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Chevrolet, official sponsor of the Chicago Cubs.
Might have to change it to the 12th inning show when we're here in Pittsburgh. 11 innings, 6-5 the final as the Pirates beat the Chicago Cubs. And Bob, it was a rough weekend for Alfonso Soriano. He did hit the 2-run homer today, but wasn't running very well to start this series. There's a lot of room out there and left, and a couple of plays today really hurt the Cubs.
Yeah, it started right away in the first inning with Luis Rivas lofting that high fly ball to left field that was in the air for a long time. Soriano was able to get back near the fence, but he shied away, looked off the baseball, it hit the top of the fence, bounced back on the field. It was incorrectly ruled a home run, but possibly a ball that could have been caught out there if he'd have stayed on it the entire way to the wall.
And then in the 9th inning, it looked like this was the 27th out of the ball game. And it looked like Soriano just lost it in the sun. Bixler comes around to score. That tied the game and really seemed to take the wind out of the Cubs' sails. They did get it to extras, but then Bay with another big hit in the 11th.
Yeah, just a huge momentum swing there for the Pirates. That ball game was over. They had renewed life, and they were able to come back and win it once again with the bat of Jason Bay striking the damaging blow.
All right, Culver's sweet defensive play, and a final word when we return to Pittsburgh.
The Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show is brought to you in part by Culver's. Bright smiles, fresh, juicy butter burgers, and velvety smooth frozen custard. Come on into Culver's and get Culverized.
Today we're observing the Geico Gecko, an extraordinary creature with a most curious adaptation. The ability to save people hundreds of dollars on their car insurance. Let's watch.
That's odd. Whoa.
Fascinating.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm 3 weeks into being a guy with diabetes. I feel much more focused about what's important. And what is important? My wife, my family, myself. The meter plays a critical role in my life because it gives me information.
One Touch. A simple way to check your blood sugar.
I have one child, a daughter, 4.5. I'm going to dance at her wedding, and I'm going to go to her 40th birthday party.
More power to you.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus new Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. New Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
He's a brilliant kid from the wrong side of the tracks.
You can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing.
I'd do anything to have what you got. Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting.
Tonight at 8 on the Superstation.
Time to check out our Culver's sweet defensive play of the game. After the Pirates had tied it, they tried to take the lead, but Freddie Sanchez hit into a 5-4-3 double play. What a play by Aramis Ramirez, who, by the way, also gave the Cubs an 8th inning lead with an RBI single. Thank you, Culver's. Come into Culver's and get Culverized. Dodgers come into Wrigley Field. Memorial Day action. We'll have it for you 1 o'clock for the leadoff man tomorrow afternoon. Chad Billingsley and Ryan Dempster. We'll see you from the friendly confines tomorrow.
The Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show has been brought to you in part by Culver's. Bright smiles, fresh, juicy butter burgers, and velvety smooth frozen custard. Come on into Culver's and get Culverized.
Corner Gas, tonight at midnight Eastern on Superstation WGN.
We now join our program already in progress.
out to an early lead on his first race at Mondello Park Raceway here in County Kildare. Makes sense that a boxer would be a good race car driver. You see the accelerator and you punch it. But, uh-oh, the luck of the Irish was not with Barry today. Too bad. We'll let Barry explain what happened. Kiss me Blarney Stone, McNugget breath. You'll never get me gold. He could have been a contender. Then he got into this fender bender. You know who I've had just about enough of? So-called tough guy loudmouths who never seem to put up or shut up. I mean, the ratio of guys who say, I'm going to knock you on your behind, to the number of people actually knocked on their behind is very, very low. Really, you almost never see it. What we need in this country is less talking and more knocking. Like here, for example. The guy on the right's been talking smack all day. He's like, your cross-eyed monkey boxing is no match for my Red Fox Sanford & Son style. He's dancing around thinking he's cool, but the guy on the left is just hanging back waiting for his pitch. And sure as Christmas, he hits it right on the sweet spot. There's that sound I love, the unmistakable thwack when foot meets keister. Superb. So next time some blowhard is running his gills about how tough he is, I'm not advocating you try to bring silence through violence. Just be happy in knowing sometimes the gas bags go down. When Whacked Out Sports swings back, bearing all at 20 below. It's happy hour as one guy becomes the denigrated driver. And freestyling freaks get poked by their spokes. These deserving divas go loco for limbo. Plus, the Whacked Out Sports Top 5. That's coming up.
For a smoother, more feminine you, try Veet Rosera with Moisturizer Complex. It effectively removes hair while leaving your skin touchably smooth. Veet, what beauty feels like.
Indy's back with a Reveal the Secret game at Burger King. Every game piece has a chance to win if you know the secret. You can win a new Home Rage 2 adventure, a Yamaha home theater system, or tons of other prizes, even $1 million. Now at Burger King.
I don't have time to worry whether my home smells fresh and clean. And since I heard about Airwick Freshmatic Ultra, I can rest easy. It automatically sprays a fresh burst of fragrance every 9, 18, or 36 minutes, so it's always working. And now when my husband takes his sneakers off, this Freshmatic Ultra has a button for an extra burst of freshness whenever I need it. That's a centipede for you. Airwick. It's good to be home. Also look for more discreet Airwick Freshmatic Mini.
Superstation WGN delivers a movie event. It's the man, the legend, the Philadelphia lowlife.
You had the talent to become a good fighter, and instead of that, you became a leg breaker.
Who became the great American hero. Rocky. Watch every Rocky hit.
Going down. No way.
Every knockout. It's Rocky, the Rockumentary. All next week on Superstation WGN.
Time can drag on when you're constipated as you wait for Miralax to work. Why wait? Phillips caplets work overnight and don't have harsh stimulants like some other laxatives. Phillips, possibly perfect.
Mosquitoes? Don't soak yourself with a sticky wet repellent. Stay dry with Off Smooth and Dry. Its unique cornstarch formula dries on contact, so it's comfortable on your skin, unlike ordinary repellents. Feel the difference.
Wow.
With Off Family Care Smooth and Dry. Feels good on, keeps bugs off. S.C. Johnson, a family company.
So apparently a hotel washed their linens in the new lavender lilac scent from Gain to help their